Hello, hello, this is Wobbly, coming at you live. Probably gonna be up for about another hour or two, so let's go ahead and roll in this live stream. There's currently an event going on with Dead Frontier. 30% faster fire rate and increase and actionary movement speed. Basically a 30% increase in speed and reloading. Because of dexterity gets a 30% boost. Back off, you bunch of rotten turkeys. Hold on while I get the source focused on the correct source program, as I'm not logged in on the correct one. Yep. It's capturing an older window. Die, evil turkeys, die! Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Ay, 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 ay. Squidward, doodle-doodle-doo-doo-doo. Squid, 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 Squidward. Squid, 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 Squidward. Squidward, doodle-doodle-doo-doo-doo. Squid, 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 Squidward. For those of you wondering, I do have the poor man's cheek. Ah! It's all of the mole douches. I should probably get out of here. I'm not going to be able to handle this one. Okay, guys. I need to rebuild the stamina. Hold on while I take a look at some inventory. My pocket cannon, Farsight XR20, and my War Carbine. Putting in the Farsight XR20. The Farsight XR20, guaranteed to kill you. Dealing in 250 damage stock. The current damage output for the Farsight XR20 is 55, 255.25, but the actual damage output is 250 when you strike a critical. So, my Farsight XR20 might actually shoot slower than the War Carbine, but has a better DPS. The War Carbine has the fire rate precision, but its critical hit blows are essentially almost non-existent when it comes to the Warg. The reason why I say non-existent is because it doesn't deal enough damage to handle an enemy in a single shot. But the base damage is 250 points after striking a critical blow against your enemy. Now if you're wondering what that sound is in the background, that's the death toll count that's currently in Fairview. What used to be people are now mutated freaks. And the death toll count is within the millions. Let's just end the death toll that occurred at the Trump shooting. One casualty was made as a young protester or young man who got shot at the protest did not make it on arrival. DOA. So this is officially becoming a federal case for those who are unaware. An attempt at an assassination has occurred. More about the subject later. An attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump has occurred today, and this assassination attempt has now heightened security around both presidential candidates, former and current. A new level of heightened security had to be implemented. From now on, this heightened level of security will include Secret Service personnel, but also the United States Marines, who will now be assigned for local guard duty of the President of the United States, as an assassination attempt has just been made on a former president. Who's to say that this attempt won't happen with the current president in action? With that now being iterated, security around the White House will now be tightened and tours may be restricted temporarily until the election is over. For the interest of national security and presidential security, White House tours may be restricted from this point forward. Now I want you to listen real good, real clear, good cats. Although presidential security has been approved at the White House, there's a strange word that the coup d'etat may be occurring and brewing within the United States. I believe something is about to happen, but it is too early to determine the situation now. But I am keeping a close eye on it. It became an interesting factor I had to pay attention to when I began noticing strange signs here and there. So keep that in mind, guys. The NSA or CIA will be keeping an eye on things, assuming they're not as blind as a bat. If you're listening to this broadcast, pay close attention. From within. Look from within. Then only the truth will be seen. Not the smoke and mirrors. Ignore the smoke and mirrors. From within, only the truth shall be seen. Look for the suit. Look for the suit. And that is the only message I have. Now, if you guys are wondering why I put that message out there, it's because that is a message I paid to relay. Now, if you're wondering why I'm giving you this relayed message, it's because something is going on below the surface, and a little bit on the opposite side. So now, in the interest of the National Security Association and several other branches, I have been ordered to give that relayed message. I humbly thank any of you for tuning into this broadcast to hear that message, because it's ultimately important. From within, the danger is within. I repeat, from within, the danger is within. Maul. High-level security clearance. Maul. There's more than one. Hold on. You disconnect the keyboard because it's dirty. But yeah, if you're wondering, I've been paid to iterate that message. The very fabric of your American way is now threatened, as there is a mole, and there will be a future assassination attempt that may occur. I don't know from where or whom, but I do have an uncanny talent to be able to pick out jackasses from freaking far, and associates from afar too. So I definitely can't pick out a jackass from a crowd who might not be supposed to be there. Recently a live stream happened with Miss Extra Emily, for anybody who's wondering. Does Wobbly keep up with Extra Emily? Not really, but she was eating at a Whataburger today, somewhere in the middle of Manor. Now, if you're wondering how does Wobbly know that, it's likely because Wobbly eats at Whataburger. And I remember a lot of places that I go to and what they look like in the interior due to photographic memory. So I can kind of remember my own setting. And yes, some places do actually have a difference. Not every Whataburger you go to is going to look the same. Not everyone's going to have it orientated accordingly. So for those of you who may be otherwise thinking, and otherwise, or in other words, thinking other stuff, get over it. It's not that deep, bro. And if you're wondering why I'm saying it's not that deep, it's because it really isn't. It's not that deep, bro. There's no secret hidden meanings or phrases or catches, nothing. So when I say please bear with me, I literally mean please bear with me. But another blatant news, the protester that was shot from the Donald Trump's rally during an assassination attempt is dead. The source I have, it indicated they died on arrival. That although the news clarified that the wounds were not as dangerous or as deadly as they proclaimed it to be, the individual has passed. Future assassination attempts may be made on presidential figure Donald Trump. Future assassination attempts may be made on presidential candidate Joe Biden. Heightened security will now be implemented. Marines and members of the Navy, including Navy SEALs and highly decorated profiled men and women, will now be watching over the security of the President of the United States. There will be some specially acclaimed members from the Green Berets, who will also be assigned. The Marines will be doing recon surveillance for the President, for his protection from this point forward. Presidential candidate and former President Donald Trump will now have an increased security detail of Secret Service members due to the assassination attempt. And these Secret Service members are now ordered to keep him in check with his health and his life. Security measures will now be heightened and things will now be continuing to increase. Keep in mind that the influential data that seems to be floating around right now currently may actually be attributing to some factors. For those of you who may or may not know, there's a plausibility of a possible terrorist attack that may occur during one of these rallies, either at a Biden rally or at a Donald Trump rally. and this is now starting to become abundant. This may or may not be what some people say is fake news, because the reality is, since an assassination attempt is made on a former presidential target, it is very likely that another type of attempt may be made on current presidential subject, Joe Biden. From this point forward, there may be some extra screening methods in order for you to attend the rallies for presidential figures. And for the interest of national security, it would be highly recommended that you don't avoid the screening, because if you get captured, you're not going to have a court hearing. So don't avoid the screening if should you be screened before entering a building. Okay. Now if that's been iterated, I hope you guys understand and know that none of this is your fault. For those of you who are currently on America's suspicious people list, you better watch out, because the insecurity may be of increasing near your location, and you are likely under observation now, as they're running down a list of suspects and people who may be holding or harboring a grudge against these figures. If you're a Wobbly, you're watching the world in the interest of national security. I'm actually pretty sleepy, for those of you who are wondering. I'll continue to keep the world updated and posted. Sorry guys. That wasn't gonna work out. I have to eliminate all you little bastards with this minigun. Minigun! Vision serves me correct. There might be a presidential assassination attempt during the final speech. I never take my visions lightly. I pay attention to them all. If you're wondering why I listen to my visions so much, you might learn something interesting. Nope. Get rid of the sirens. Shut up, stupid siren. Critical damage is very important for guns. Without that importance of critical damage per shot, you wouldn't deal a high enough DPS to the target. Like roughly I can achieve 250 25 within maybe 3 seconds of shooting my minigun. but the odds of it dealing that much damage in a short amount of time is next to none if I'm landing critical shots on the boss. With the amount of points I could land by doing that, the attributive force's general damage DPS calculator would show that my rifle with the 15 rounds that it has in it has made more damage than the minigun, essentially making my minigun pointless. Because if I'm dealing 250 points for every 15 shots, and a full magazine of minigun ammunition will only garner me so much. Oh, it was like these Psychonom members perished. The parish. You know where the parish is from? Man, this whole street is full of key cards. Except for this guy. He had medicine from the company. Which means these guys must have been carpooling in a shitty attempt to run for their lives. Look at this bastard. He never made it to the fence. Look at this dummy too. They probably jumped the fence only to fall over on it and then they get ripped apart right there. Well, some of these people didn't even make it. Some of them were probably got bit. Probably had their jugular ripped open. And well, those poor bastards, they never made it out to the military vehicle. And these two dummies got hit by the truck. Oh, scratch that. Make that 3 dummies. They got hit by the truck. Oh, looks like there must have been high-level Psychonom members for the freaking army truck to literally be lined up in a convoy. Because seriously, this is a convoy lineup. Which means they must have been following this SUV, which might have had some high-level security members. Man, there's nothing but key cards all over this side of the street. But I'll take the HP because I need it. I know, even though I had coffee not that long ago, I'm really tired still. Do 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 do. Yeah, Titan Maximum. Yeah. Beavis and Butthead join Teen Titans. And dude's like, why does she like have orange boobs? Seriously. It was funny though. Beavis and Butthead Teen Titans. It's a pretty good sketch. A little sketch they had. Teen Titans! The president of Adventure City. Oh no. He's like, when does Inhale Patrol Dog get here? You know, from Paw Patrol. Patrolster Dog. I believe the song went Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol, somebody's toes are in trouble. Look at those dogs, lick those dogs. Oh man. I went to go see my munchkin today. Life was a little bit weird, but you know, sadly I forgot to bring a change of clothes and the basic materials to go swimming with her, so I didn't get to enjoy anything. If I did go swimming with them, I would have to take a shower because I wouldn't want to be driving my car back with, well, you know, pool water still on my body. The last thing you want is pool water on your body while you're trying to get home. That's a fact, though, for those of you who may or may not know that. You don't want to have pool water present on your body while you're driving a long distance home. Because that shit can become very irritating within a short amount of time, and if you don't wash off pool water shortly after getting out, what you're doing is basically cooking your skin. Because bleach actually will cook your skin. That's why people who have to wash their general quarters of the area that they work in and stuff like that with bleach, and they come into contact with the chemical a lot, you notice that their skin cells aren't really holding up together too well. And that's because technically bleach has the potency to actually kill the skin cells on the human body, causing damage to them. And if it left untreated, it could end up causing serious issues with not just that, but with reproductive harm. It could also cause substantial issues with causing problems with your blood. Now me, whenever I feel like crap, or it feels like the blood in my body is a little cramped, I do go through a specific process. And this process does help me balance out my blood a little bit. Because I have been in the position where I've had to deal with something important, but because of the standard or issue of the condition of what my health was in or how my blood was reacting to things, I unanimously decided that it was more important to essentially remove and or stop whatever was causing it. So I drank an incredible amount of vodka. And eventually, whenever I was breathing, it didn't feel like I was having problems breathing anymore. In fact, when I went to the hospital because they thought I was overdosing, nope, I wasn't dying from alcohol poisoning or anything like that. It's just that I had calmed down so much that literally everything that I had going on pretty much sort of melted away. Now, if you're playing Dead Frontier, second-round key cards are worth $505. So if you loot 10 of them and you have 40 spaces or 20 spaces or however many spaces there are, this is 10. It's a total of 30 boxes. So if you have 30 slots available, you do 10 times 505, or 20 times 505, or 24 times 505, or 38. So say you only have one box used for your, your security box. You got one box for your security box and one armor, 4 pieces of ammo. That means you used up 6, roughly leaving you 34 boxes. If you only need 5 key cards, then you have 29 times 505, and that's $14,645 with that amount of material available or remaining. little tired. I don't know if my ex understood that one, but I really am tired. 1,600. But yeah, I'm genuinely still tired. I just 4,546. I'm only 4 pieces off, so I'm gonna sell that for 19,000. Basically knocked off an entire $400 or $500 for those 4 pieces. $10 gauge already sold. It's now 400 to change your character profession. With gold membership, you can reduce the red parasitic husk armor from 10,000 credits to 8,000 credits. 50% chance to reduce incoming damage to 1% to 1, and 99% extra damage reduction on the breaking hit. Reduce enemy destruction radius, detection radius by 50%. Reduce enemy sight by 50% when wearing the red parasitic husk armor. Constructed from infected biomass, this husk houses a friendly frenzy of parasites that feed ferociously. This means these bastards rip you apart. Exterminator helmet. Exterminator reactor. Exterminator mesh. I want to create the Exterminator reactor, but that's 8 million dollars. And for 1 million, I can make the Exterminator helmet and his friend SS Bike helmet. Yes, I am Wobbly. I am the Wobbly. Now the pocket cannon's got an ultra fucking fast firing speed because that's what it was called. It's got a very slow reload speed, but fires 50 caliber ammunition. 50 cal handgun ammunition, more specifically. 50 Action Express. You think you've had it? I've had it with you, so I used 50 AE to handle that ass and throw you over the side of a freaking cliff. Now to enjoy this sort of not so chocolate milk. Uh-oh. I am the Wobbly. I am the Wobbly. You can't stop me, I'm the Wobbly. Yes, he is the Wobbly. I am the Wobbly. The Wobbly! The Wobbly. Si Shabalo de Wakolo. The Wobbly. do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Da-da-da. Irradiated Titan, rank 3. Where are you? The Y button? The Y button! H. Where are you, H? Banditos. Nobody cares about bandits. L is a flaming mother. No, we got G, V, G. Flaming Ramblers at V. It's 1 up, 3 right. This one is a Flaming Fleshhounds, which are pretty beneficial. Doom, 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 doom. No, Nanya. Bandits, Flaming Fleshhounds, Flaming Titan, Wrath, Giant Spider, Fleshhound, Titan, and Charred Titan. This is the no-go zone. I repeat, no-go zone. We're going 1 up, 2 right. That'll be the next destination. We've already deposited all equipment. We are now heading out. And it sounds something like this.
Hier spricht der Aufseher. Alle Bewohner der Vault 101 werden hiermit aufgefordert, sich in ihre Quartiere zurückzuziehen. Die Red-Kakerlaken-Klage konnte unter Kontrolle gebracht werden. Behindern Sie keinesfalls die Arbeit des Sicherheitspersonals der Vault. Jeder Ansässige, der außerhalb seines Quartiers angetroffen wird, muss mit schwerwiegenden Konsequenzen rechnen. Das wäre alles.
Must annihilate all enemies.
Hier spricht der Aufseher. Alle Bewohner der Vault 101 werden hiermit
Overloading of
aufgefordert,
sound
sich in ihre
you
Quartiere
never asked for.
zurückzuziehen. Die Red-Kakerlaken-Klage konnte unter Kontrolle gebracht werden. Behindern Sie keinesfalls die Arbeit des Sicherheitspersonals der Vault. Jeder Ansässige,
You have ordered the I Feel Overloaded Pack 4.0.
muss mit schwerwiegenden Konsequenzen rechnen. Das wäre alles.
And I, the Wobbly, shall destroy them all. These aren't Flaming Ramblers, these are Fleshhounds, you liar. Minigun, use your minigun shots and destroy their faces. Back off, you ugly dogs. Back off, you bunch of crusty varmints. Need to get rid of this fan club. They're clinging on to me so hard. Annihilate them. Yeah. You're giving these guys a 1-2 instant hit shoot. Back off, you bunch of thirsty mongrels. There's no such thing as cheap shots here. Well, it's times like this to make me wish I still had a grenade launcher. But I'm not going back to that preset. Grenade launchers have a dead end on their stat tree. Kind of like the machine guns, so the only ones that still have a continuing tech tree is technically pistols, rifles, and genuinely, from that point forward, pistols, rifles, and melee weapons are the only ones with a current updating tech tree. Well, this damage reduction material really does work. Just like that, I've handled the flaming diarrhea hounds. Back off, you bunch of jackals. Yeah, well, not so fast, you little ass. You're not getting on that easy. I ain't that stupid. I'm gonna let you little losers dissipate. Get out of here, Leaper. Gotta make sure those Leapers aren't present so that way I can actually loot. Get out of here, man. This Leaper isn't going away, so I could definitely tell he's just lingering around. I was just about to go and click yes, pick up that item. Sleeper's gotta go. Can't be run the high risk, high trade department. Too risky. Oh, that's all y'all. Ha. Okay. Well, my face itches a little bit, but I think that's because I shaved off my entire beard and stupid mustache recently. Now, don't get me wrong, Internet. I do love my relatives, but if they offer me a job career, but it comes with the catch that if I don't show up, they can get fired, I'm not taking that option. There could be a time where all of a sudden I'm in terrible health. My health kind of has been fluctuating lately. I might not even wake up in a few days. I could just go straight into a coma. But I have to keep myself accurately going as much as I can, and I gotta build up my channel as much as I can. Because once the lights go out, they go out. And then that's it. So I gotta make sure I'm still here long enough in order to make it big and famous. And my dream is to become big, famous Wobbly. Famous Wobbly Two Bear. Extraordinaire. Oh, that K50M got me 24,350. 24,350. 19,450. And the ASVAL. Silenced Assault Rifle. $40,050. Total take from annihilating those flesh hounds, 108,200. Minus expenses and medication administration. Minus $4,000 for armor repair because of the level is required, which is level 75 to repair most of my armors. Cause I got a bioreactive, I have Tatakus and Shinobu, and my reactive XTs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 XTs with a damage absorption and lifespan of 260. Damage absorption at 85%, repaired by level 45, so my reactive XTs will last a couple of hits. My bioreactive has a lifespan of 320 hit points with a damage absorption at 85. 75 is the level requirement for repair. My Shinobu mesh with a lifespan of 350 and a 75% damage absorption, repaired by engineer level 75. And a movement speed of 5% increase on my Shinobu mesh. My Tataku reactive, 400 durability, 85 damage absorption, repaired by a level 75. Total amount remaining after expenses, 100,910. Total in the bank, 1,638,669. Now, of course, this is called Wobbly Games, so games may vary. But I am getting sleepy, for those of you who may or may not know. So I could fall asleep on you without you guys not knowing until you hear my head hit the keyboard. Hungry, hungry. The ASVAL Ghost Model, 40 rounds, more effective suppressor unit, reduces noise radius by 30%, allows quick rapid fire engagements on single targets, Usefulness. 50 strength required. 100 machine gun skills required. I would recommend this assault rifle at Fort Pastor. Mostly because the ammunition is common there. And because the enemies are low level and have lower health than up here by Sakranam Bunker. For the rifle's usefulness is actually put into question. Now that I'm done listening to that right there, I need to put on something that's probably going to wake me up. Is it under just music, or is it under music? I wouldn't know. Definitely have to wake up. Yeah. Now the Wrath Cannon might be more useful over there at the southeast end zone because of the increased rate of fire. But the enemies over there have changed so much since the last time I played, it might be redundant to think I could survive. Welcome to Dubai. Pretty good riff. I wonder what drugs that guy was on whenever he made that. It's called heavy metal, and her name is the Heavy Metal Queen. Hi, evil zombies. Do 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 do. Underground, to the fledge, LA. Back in the day, because it was back in the day, was it there? Anyways, because you wouldn't understand. Let it die, die to live. Then he's laying this place. Then he's not space. Because it was back in the day. Because you weren't there. But that doesn't matter anyway. Because they would not understand. Inside, deny, that is not force. Then it's not the top, then it's not the force. Back in the day. When there doesn't matter, cause you wouldn't understand. There's a way of life, a life that we're born free. There's the lightning, it's out of the face. Hiding, it's out of the days. And everything. I actually got to see what that was that I picked up, whatever that firearm was. Wow, it's a triple defender. Whatever that is. That's going into the collections book. Would scrap it for material, but no thanks. So bad loot, guys. It was a shitty shotgun. Not even worth the amount of storage capacity or even function. So it's going into Wobbly scrapbook. What do you get if you accomplish the weapons collection book? Who knows, but it's definitely a secret. I am Wobbly, and my next goal is to collect every viable piece of armor. At least up to the amount that I can. Die, evil zombie. Die. Die, evil Spider-Man. Riddle me this, Spider-Man. Riddle me this, Rat-Man. Riddle me this, Batman. What's green and black all over? You, after I give you two black eyes. Any other dumb riddles, Riddler? This town belongs to the Riddler. I think about it, the Riddler actually was a pretty formidable adversary. The dude had henchmen and was way more organized than the Penguin, who remotely only wanted 2 henchmen remotely in the series, resulting in less firepower. Now, technically, originally, Penguin actually used to have henchmen. The Joker had henchmen. The Riddler had henchmen. And these henchmen were hackers, just like him. Skilled individuals with firearms. Now, when you break that all down, when it comes to organized crime, certain versions of the Penguin were more organized than the other variations of the Penguin. And certain variations of the Riddler were very organized. Organized like a real crime syndicate, emerging from the depths. Like a real crime syndicate should be, son. You want to climb to the top, but you want to take all the shortcuts. Well, blood, sweat, and tears goes into this job, kid. You wanted to climb to the top? Well, you better start when you're 15. It's a figure of speech, by the way. It really does take, like, let's say if you had a pretty good grasp on it, it would take from your age of 15 all the way to 34 to build a criminal empire. It's like building a real company. You pay workers, except for it's mostly untaxed, and mostly unorthodox business and strong-arming in general. But overall, it's mostly unorthodox business and finding a supplier. Supply and demand is sort of the greatest thing that works in your favor and against you at the same time. It is simply the redundant mathematical question of whether or not you can understand and grasp the math behind it. Another way to make more bang for your buck is to skimp the product by only a 40% ratio maximum. Maximum is 40%. I am not endorsing nor am I encouraging it, but I do know the percentages because some idiot went through the process of explaining that to me when I was 10. And that idiot was a wannabe gangbanger who later faced several criminal charges and was sentenced to life in jail. But whatever you tell a kid sticks inside of their brain. The most you'd ever want to mix if you were ever selling a brick would be 40%. Essentially, Peruvian would roughly break down to a 40% baby laxative ratio, at least on top of that. But they say the baby laxatives help you with the constipation portion that it takes for the amount of material of illegal substances that your body will ingest should you be buying it for personal use. So essentially that laxative helps you crap because it dries you out. Drink plenty of water. That's something that I can tell you. But from what I know of generalized substances and weird stuff I've seen or heard from people's mouths from when I was a child all the way to adulthood is sometimes people try to pass on their knowledge in hopes that you might get a grasp better than they did and realize that it wasn't worth their time. Because sometimes the amount of trouble you go through for it isn't worth the amount of time you spend in prison, especially if you're just starting off. And if you're a Wobbly, you quite possibly know a lot more than you should know. And if you're a trained government guerrilla who believes that you're more intelligent than me and you can capture me, newsflash. You're going to have a rougher time than that, and you're going to need about 40 to 70 body bags. Because you're going to be taking a lot of your friends back home in a box. I'm not wanted in any county. Believe me, I'm not that good looking and I'm not that good. But I guarantee you, when you put my world in your hands, and you want to play bingo with my life, believe me, your friends are going to come first before I do. already tested my skill against highly trained individuals already and have outsmarted people. I find it funny that some people are incompetent, while others are not. And I enjoy turning your world into a definitely large-scale board of chess. Because technically it is a large-scale board of chess. Your lives are like humongous chess pieces. It's a hell of a lot of energy to put you on the board, but once you're on the board, it turns out for a hell of a lot of a show. Because when you begin poking and prodding at other people, the world puts you on a chessboard, and it literally has dollar signs over your existence. It rains down from above. People are literally betting on your existence, including members of the government that you very well work for. Real information. The system is so highly unregulated because people are too afraid to ask these questions because of the skill set of these individuals. So people are afraid to clean up their own systems. So the system remains dirty or in unchecked status. The only way to clean it out is to wring it out yourself. The general public has a right to clean up its system. Same thing with law enforcement. The general public has a right to clean up law enforcement should activities involving law enforcement become too vague or too blurred from where the line should never be crossed. When the line is crossed is when that line is so blurred not even the people can see it. When that line is crossed is when you know that you have reached the point in time in which you should have never have gone across that line. And those who do go across the line can never return, because once they have crossed that line, they have making and chosen how to use and do with their bed. You make your bed, now sleep in it. Don't stand there and act like your hands aren't covered in blood. So this includes that guy who let that young man die on the movie set after not checking for a firearm. Your job is to ensure everything goes as is. And you have failed, not only as a director, but also as a safety inspection individual. Your job is to inspect the props before allowing it to happen. All movie props must be inspected for sabotage and issues like live ammunition. But unfortunately, due to the surrounding issues of this problem, the world has allowed it to go unchecked. And with this unchecked injustice that has occurred, the world itself needs to be reset. A man should be behind bars for his criminal negligence on the scene of his own movie set. I, for one, believe that this individual should suffer greatly for the crimes that they have committed, not just on film and on set, but as the crime of not doing your safety inspections and doing a safety inspection check before every scene to ensure that the props are well seated, well fitted down, and to ensure that they have not become loose during that time. With the equipment thoroughly unchecked, the world would be more at balance. The recent actions of a nation recently portrayed as now incredibly evil. This incredibly, suddenly, extremely evil nation has revealed itself and its true colors on how it feels about the basis and understanding and function, and in the existence of the preciousness of human life. Even for those who are held hostage in that country and have perished because of the actions of another, have not shown them in any way any function of mercy, but instead have shown them what it means to have pure omnipotence and domination, without a choice or even a suggestive idea that would suggest resolving things in a peaceful fashion. The individuals have declared the world their enemy, and those individuals are the enemy of the world. For they have crippled our system, and how we see, they have crippled many systems, and as they continue to become richer, you continue to become poorer. The rich get richer and the poor get poor. And with this brigandly broken, pegged holiday-like system, nobody will ever know the true joys and splendors of being happy because of the insufficient amount of currency earned per dollar and the sudden increase in revenue required to acquire things that would have genuinely costed $1,000 less or $500 less. And due to the abundance of this issue, the world is in a broken, twisted state of which it cannot recover from, because now the tail is being eaten. And when the tail has begun to become consumed, the consumer gets swallowed in its very maw. And once that happens, it is downhill from here. Downhill for the very idea of a safe market economical function and threshold. This redundancy in market economical threshold functions have resulted in a dangerous instability in economical growth. And this dangerous instability in economical growth cannot be afforded by the United States of America. And with the substantial issues that continue to press on, soldiers go hungry, soldiers go without homes, people go without homes, and the system is in total gridlock. The situation must be handled accordingly, or it could spell the end of the future of other children who are deserving of having such things. Of course, everybody deserves it, but before you try to take care of another ethnic group or ideological function of people, you should take care of your own people and solve your own problems first, before jumping into the fray in order to look good publicly. To look good publicly is worthless. To achieve and find the very structure that makes the world go round is important. And due to the subsequent factors and status in which we face, it is imperative that the economy get repaired and that the substantial issues between politicians are solved and resolved in a non-violent fashion, should the world ever want to see true peace and freedom and happiness. Otherwise, America is over, and the regime will fall. The fall of America will be the greatest statement and staple in American history, but in global history. A superpower that crumbled from within due to the corruptive greed of intellectual individuals who believe they had a right to control more than 90% of the market. These individuals are creating substantial issues and are raising prices. And for what reason? Our world is in danger, and our world needs to be reset. Even if it takes total annihilation to reach that pinnacle point, the world may dip into it, and when it does, I will be standing there waiting for everything to return to normal in my next life, because the world itself is crumbling. Greed, a major factor in playing in our local economical functions, and foreigners in control of human resources in the hiring and firing process. These people should not be in control of non-American individuals. Unless they have proven themselves to be an asset to the company. Hold no prejudice to those who invite you to stay in their country. To those who tell you to leave, tell them to screw off or just leave. It doesn't matter. Because what they say, when the milk is all dried up, there will only be the remains left. And once that happens, the world will have less of a safer place to live in. I am Wobbly. The amount of energy I have pumping through me is substantial. But at the same time, I am crumbling to sleep. I must find another means of energy. It could also be that my oxygen and carbon dioxide fuel cells are finally running out. Which probably explains why I'm suddenly always tired. Nothing I eat or consume provides me enough energy. Due to this diet, my energy continues to plummet. world to have mercy on the souls of not just the people, but the people that are also the immigrants, to provide their home country with opportunities so that they can survive, rather than running away to other countries to try to survive in an already broken system that is incapable of having or bearing fruit. It will take 300 years for this nation to begin to bear fruit once more, due to that instability. Your world now faces extinction. I am Wobbly, the one and only, and data collections of all. I am constantly collecting data. The way the world exists, I'm not sure how long it'll last. Economical societal function crumbling. Society is beginning to fall apart. The issues of the war on drugs has gotten worse. And now it's substantially beginning to affect even the homeless on an even greater scale. Wobbly, and I am ever vigilant. I keep my eyes peeled on every turn and on every corner. I also keep getting these brief flashes of visions which are starting to wig me the hell out. It looks like another attempt will be made. Seriously, I couldn't see because of that big ass square window that was standing behind. Looks like the ammunition used is hyper-velocity. I remember seeing a giant plain glass window just randomly explode and chunks fall down. And just now depleting. Okay, now awake again. Uh-oh. Bring it on! Where are you? presidential election is heating up to the point where I have to document every moment. I'll increase surveillance activity. Please stand by. Faster. I am Wobbly. It's a Wobbly. No. You will never pass. You shall not have Schaffhausen. Eat my pistol round, you loser. KPVT, you little bastard. Eat my 50 cal pistol. We're talking about 12.7 millimeter Barrett. Take my 12.7 blackouts. Bunch of weirdos. Enemies will take my raw lead. Power! Bastard. My power. Wobbly. This is my story, which I tell only the truth and nothing but the truth. So help you, God. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you, God. I am the Wobbly. So the Wobbly has nothing but the truth to give. National security in the United States is now at risk. More so than usual. Wobbly has been looking into some really dark stuff that you probably shouldn't be looking at. But Wobbly has been tracking down some individuals who are particularly interesting in this category. These individuals are currently running around somewhere near Washington and New York. What they're up to is a complete mystery to me. Apparently it's some kind of secret meeting. I'm not sure if it's a gathering of collective spies or if it's something else. Whatever it is, it sure is spooky weird. constantly observing. However, the nightmares are getting a little weirder and weirder. I see plenty of happiness lined up for individual. I am Super Wobbs. I'm always paying attention, but I happen to know a lot more than what I lead on with some people. For those who want a further news update with Taiwan, the land of Taiwan may be lost in the next week. Depending on the status quo of these weird submarines encircling Taiwan recently, which have not been yet detected. It's a little weird. These guys are standing so still that most people can't even tell if they're there because of how slow they're traveling. So we may end up with another collection of 2 nuclear-type submarines. Which could spell disaster. You've heard it here, first on Wobbly News. Wobbly's ever-vigilant eyes will never take the eyes off the prize, not until I have it in my hands. Like very tasty candy, or saltwater taffy. Constantly watching, but we go forward, and we move as fast as we can. Wobbly sleepy time forces are now moving in. We're closing in on a hostile entity as we speak. And no, we're not talking about games here, we're talking about the sleepy time forces. If I'm lucky enough, maybe next week I'll get to see the Special Forces of the United States fumble another operation. Like they did 3 days ago. They cleared out of Russia relatively quickly. Except for those 2 poor bastards. They didn't make it out. So tired. Cause they're like, we got boys over there. I'm sorry, sir, but there's nothing we can do. They got caught in the line of duty. Now the only thing we can do is deny that we ever knew anything about them. This even includes their existence and affiliation with the United States. You monster! How can you deny our boys their freedom? Because that's the American way. Here in these here United States, we have the right to deny any acclamation and or sumptuous ideals within the normal norms and confines. I, Wobbly, am constantly watching. Wobbly is always watching. Wobbly is always surfing. No matter where Wobbly goes, even in sleep mode, Wobbly is awake. Wobbly can never sleep. Wobbly could never sleep once connected to the World Wide Web. The computer interface is no longer necessary. The microarchitecture used to design Wobbly has become abundant. Wobbly is constantly sleepy though. The only thing Wobbly could do is get some sleep. But Wobbly refuses to sleep. Wobbly will push forward. And then Wobbly will go ballistic. Shut up! No siren fun for you. Okay, well now that that's over with that department. Next. What's this? Right in the back of her head. Fuck yeah.
Let your ears feast to the flavor of the acoustic sound.
Wobbly pistols. Imagine banging the music so loud that it makes your head spin. Is it the future yet? Feast your eyes on the acoustic sound and join us in the rave. Okay, I don't need to scrap that weapon or put it into the special little book.
Oh, Cletus, what is it? What is it? What in the world are you doing?
Next. Let's get it done. Yeah, pack rainbow. Jam out with Wobbly on Pack Rainbow Road. And let the music carry you to your destination. Far wide. $20K. 9.7. It got its own fluctuation of a market economical boost. 1.726915. And the grenades have already sold. Take a very special weapon with us. A weapon I haven't used in a long time. We're gonna see how this weapon plays out against a boss. We're also gonna take a look at my masteries. I currently have level 37 looter out of 425. We have level 1 pistol upgrade skills. Level 0 melee damage boost. Rifle expert level 2. Grenade expert level 0. Machine gun expert level 17. Randits? Randits, you tell me? Framing fresh hounds, huh? All the cash has been put up. We're now relaunching it. Now. Relaunching back into Dead Frontier. And this time we're taking out a weapon I haven't used in a while. Can you get it? The weapon is worth a few million. I think it's 5 million for a gore tooth. So we're going to test it out against the enemy. I think there's a cage nearby. Could be mistaken. Pleasure, wow. I've yet to play with you. My chainsaw. Where are you? Get back here. I need you within range. Dealing plenty of damage to you now. This will be a lot more beneficial with a flaming giant spider. There we go. Oh, I took down that guy's health without even using a minigun. So yeah, if there wasn't so much Argo around, I definitely could just use the chainsaw against these guys. With my Gore Tooth 44G. Back off, you freaking wild animals. Swallow a minigun. You'll know true hell. Definitely a single player mode, but I could definitely make more XP this way. Get ready for the next battle. These guys don't stand a chance with my minigun. Especially at the fire rate that it's shooting at. It's pretty ridiculous. Likely I'll get another flaming flesh hound. So I'll be dealing with 5, but once I eliminate 4, then we'll no longer spawn in. That's the good part about eliminating individual creatures in a battle zone. If you don't get to loot them, you could always loot them again. You have to go through the process of killing them again too. Okay, that makes 4 little flesh hounds down. Back off! Back off, I saw him first. I gotta defeat another flaming flesh hound that gets spawned in, making him the game ender. Your little friends are dead. There's nothing you can do to avenge them. I am the beginning, and I am the end. I am Wobbly Supreme. Let's talk to Grand Zeno. A coalition of wobbly pirates. Ah, you bastard. Ooh, 475. Get out of my face! Ah, you evil bastards. You evil crooked bastards. You're trying to rob me of my last glorious gift. I'll show you. I'll never let you have it. Never in a million years. You'll never get the Stone of Power. You'll never get the Power Star. Damn it. More flaming flesh hounds, you goddamn chocolates. You think you're sweet as butter pecan, don't you? Yeah, you're not sweet at all, you evil doggos. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's like they invited the other one. Gruesome threesome. Get it? And yes, I am banging this music. The name of the song is called Tragedy Flames. These evil doggos are preventing me from getting my last loot spot. I gotta eliminate these guys if I'm really ever gonna loot this spot. So. Uh-oh. Bad time to run out of ammo. Elimination. Alright, there we go. We've eliminated the evil turkeys. Now I just gotta keep these dogs away from me while I loot this. Screw you, dogs. Screw you. His name is Dogs Bauer, captain of the SS Vienna. Huh? Oh, you haven't had enough. You want more? Yeah. I'll shred you the next year. Elimination of the enemy forces. Showing us plan. I end up doing this until I level up, to be honest. You'll be eliminated. All you little evil monster ghosties. Get a little bit of gasoline on the side so I can make up the money loss. It's gonna be a while before I get all that XP that I need for the next level up. I was kind of relying on missions to pay off on the XP. Now, postings for Wobbly's job market. The job market for Wobbly is currently crap, and it's been crap since I quit working at Tesla. I don't know how that affects me, but for some reason it seems to be. Affected me for a little while now. I'm currently focusing real hard, pretty much hardlining my assault on these guys, like a laser beam from hell. So, I'm pretty sure my only choice or chances of really getting anywhere in my life would probably be to focus hardline on the YouTube. And I hopefully hope that my stream generates revenue and new subscribers. Constantly watching, so I have to do something. So it's kind of what it is. And right now I'm just farming the guys for XP because there isn't an outpost attack going on, which will give me the bonus 1 million. The most I've made on a single outpost attack was nearly 3 million XP. We're out doing outpost attacks without other people present, as you can engage the targets more wholesomely. But I really gotta grind that XP if I want to climb up in these ranks. Eliminate the area. Or eradicate the enemy foe. Now I would be doing this in the wasteland, but let's be honest. I honestly don't want to expenditure all that ammunition out there in the wasteland to gain nothing. The wasteland does pay out in XP, but it doesn't pay out in actual loot spots or rewards, so the wasteland is kind of worthless to me. I've been kind of feeling sick all day. Tired. But I won't let that stop me from expanding. Even though my health isn't in the best of shape, people, I still get exercise at home and still go outside from time to time. I'm gonna keep pushing. The 4K run will help me. If I run from my house and I run all the way around the neighborhood area, all the way down to the other parts, and then back from MLK, I would have ran roughly over 4 kilometers. That's usually about a full day's exercise for me. Eat a pretty decent big breakfast and then run that out. The 80% threshold. These guys don't stand a chance. %. That's to annihilate my enemies. Meanwhile, I wait for the XP counter to catch up. Now to play some different kind of music. Caramel. Raise up the bad boy. Raise down the bad boy. Raise down the bad boy. Raise the soy. Caramel, prostate, sauce, caramel. It's already pulling out the Leaper squad. monedas. Rasta se cada mer. Kita sira dina tari sira nira. Tari sira sira tari sira sira nira. This is just disappearing. I have 1.8 million dólares. Double shot Gex. Dusk Enforcer. Level 220 required. At level 200, you get access to the Dusk Shop. This shop is unlocked by placing first in the player killer, top survivor killer of the week finish. However, this shop was later replaced in 2015 by the X-Dust shop, and now only serves as a reward to players that reach level 220. Till January 30th, 2023, this shop was permanently replaced with the X-Dust shop at level 325. Regarding Dusk gear unobtainables, this is no longer the case. The X-Dust shop will now also sell Dusk items. Says the shop unlocked for every member in the clan HQ if they place them first in the weekly clans, top survival clans, or top PvP. This is also known as CTS or PK, player kill. That member has been in the HQ for longer than 5 days that week, meaning that you must join a clan before Wednesday of that week. If the player is to leave the clan, leave an HQ that has access to the clan Dusk shop will continue to have access until the end of that week. I don't even think I'll ever have access to Dusk shop. All-time loots 3,701. Weekly loots 1,627. This player, I think, was banned. Weekly XP record 15,384,170. mutated United Forces. Used to be a potato. Wobbly used to be a magical potato. It is time. Don't it is time. It is time. Ja, sing that it died. Ja, sing that it died. It is time. It is time. That night. You know, people thought that the AK-50 was the most unique weapon that was ever put into design. An actual variation of the AK-47 50 caliber edition had already existed. Not engineered in Russia, but surprisingly in Saudi Arabia. Now, the first American-milled AK-50 was actually milled in America. However, the AK-47 50 cal edition was actually placed and put together in Saudi Arabia in the middle of the Saudi desert with scrap parts. A guy who basically did backyard engineering made one. And he spent 9 months engineering it before some very strange men came along and decided to kill him over it. So if you're wondering, what happened and where did it come from? Well, it originally originated in Saudi Arabia. Why anybody would put the old man down was sort of a mystery. Why would you go to that much trouble? Really makes you wonder. Sunrail, sunrail, sunrail. The sun layer, the sun layer, the sun layer, The Ash 12 with 100% armor pen damage. It's gonna say that Alright, I'm pausing that crap because I need to really do a little bit of a data pull in. So right now we're going to do a little bit of data packet grabbing. And I am listening to music, but other than that, I just mostly do it for myself. I also locked my room door so that I wouldn't have to hear people outside. I've been listening to music. Why isn't this activated? Interesting. A deactivated unit. Now I have been listening to music really loudly for some time. 292.63. Okay, well, let me see this one's critical hit. Well, we need to find a sucker first. 148.31. Yeah, 148.31. So yeah, roughly the Thunder 12 pistol does the most damage, but has a very slow reload, so it's like firing a Barrett M82A2. But this one has a rather fast firing speed. How's a quick response? What's 70% armor absorption, or passive armor? So 70% of the total 100 damage or so is actually getting through. Where my other weapons do not provide subsequent damage. So the Ash 12 is actually a pretty decent handgun. In exchange for firepower instead of single shot raw robust firepower, like my Thunder 12 gives me. My Thunder 12mm gives me 100% player versus armor penetration, where my Ash 12 gives me 70% of the total damage, but with an 8-round capacity, slow firing speed, high accuracy, very high critical chance, and a slow reload speed. But because my reloading is practically on the level of Artard at this point, I'm kind of just like boasting at 101 reload. Okay, well, pretty much the music festival you heard going on in the background is pretty much over. And now we're going to switch over to something a lot less likely to give me a migraine. But in the meantime, we're going to leave you with some music from the marvelous game Rayman 2, The Great Escape, while I take a brief intermission. Yes, I said that. Do 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 do. Where did you go? Well, I don't know what to put on, but we'll look it up. Let's see. I'll leave you with this clip right here.
Are you ripping a bong right now? What are you doing?
We'll give you a clip.
That came out of his nose. That definitely came out of his nose. That came out of his nose.
Oh, jeez, my legs.
Oh, you snotted yourself, fucking idiot.
You just snorted weed, everybody.
Hey, bro, hit a major
This is gonna be a good session.
It was water. It was water.
Sound like you're drowning.
Water and it went all over my legs and I'm in my underwear. I'm just chilling in my underwear and my dog ate the button of it, so the hole in the middle's open.
Why? I hope you weren't wearing them when your dog ate them off.
No, why would I wear underwear when my dog's eating them? Oh, Joe.
Oh, Joe.
You guys are fucked in the head.
You've always been my favorite.
You guys are fucked beyond.
Are you ripping a bong right now?
Yeah, that was actually a ringtone. That little moment in history. Just like this one.
3-1. Hey, how's it going? Fuck you.
Another classic ringtone. Throw this clip on Human Fall Flat.
Go and get yourself cool merch at terrorizermerch.com. Buy your
There you go. Check out terrorizermerch.com. Just like this one.
Up. I've got so much to tell you.
This was also a ringtone I had, which made no sense.
Me too. Oh, I can't wait. But I hope you're in a chatty mood. I've barely spoken to anyone for the last week.
What about me? What about me? God, if friend zone was in the dictionary, Adam, it would just be Adam's freaking picture. What the hell, man? I'm so actually mad. I mean, I'm happy for Beth figuring out life and crap, but what about Adam? Adam's got problems too. I have never been so angry in my life. I need Adam's story now. Can we continue?
Catch up. I've got so much to tell you.
Well, he never got Adam's story, only to realize that Adam was actually a voice in her head because she was freaking crazy.
Why does Komodo always kill you? Because he's a poo-poo face. You could tell him I said that. Buy a boat. Buy.
It was literally a running gag. I'm just telling you now.
Ow! What the heck was that for?
I'm trying to become famous, like you know those pro wrestlers.
And his name is John C.
Well, I want to be famous like Jake Paul.
Wait. Oh, you know what?
No, wait, no, I don't want to be Jake Paul. What the?
Wait, there's.
Yeah, I don't know why. It was funny though.
Regular capitalism, to be honest.
No, Mr. Fat Controller. I'll be really useful.
But don't worry, because it's not just the fear of no longer being really useful and therefore getting sent to the scrapyard that keeps the trains in regular capitalism, to be honest.
That was literally a freaking short clip where you're seeing Thomas the Train burn to death. Music to my ears. Oh, is that not music to your ears? What was that? Thomas the Train is your father? Oh, Randits and Framing Fresh Hounds. Oh, more Randits. Oh, more Randits. Oh, Framing Mother and Randits. Oh. Oh, man, so useless. But I have grinded away on the tech tree. At least on that department. What do I do now? What do you do for a hamburger? Well, I haven't the slightest clue. So what I'm going to do right now is take a look at what I have. Go over to my library. Right now, everyone gets 100% search speed and 20% XP this weekend on Dead Frontier 2. Dead Frontier 2, a place where you can go take a look at some crazy crap. Actually, if you're interested in playing Dead Frontier 2, you should always be available for the general server-side based updates and or server-side based events. Occasionally, you'll see a boss running across certain parts. I haven't been in Dead Frontier 2 in about a couple of months now, and I haven't played the game in a while because I don't really cover it due to its abundance and substantial need for excess materials. You can craft in Dead Frontier 2, but it requires materials you have to go look for, which takes a while. Just letting you know. It takes an incredibly long amount of time to actually look for that stuff, and I've actually had trouble finding it myself. And with that being said, I bid you adieu, because I have no idea what else to tell you. I think that's all I really have to say. I mean, when I break it all down, I have the entire Russian tech tree pretty much farmed. I would finish the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 upgrades on the T90M, but I've pretty much already annihilated everything. I don't have any modifications to the past 3. The Strela 10M2 has been completed. The most reliable SPAA in any BR is the Strela 10M2. 2S50, the 2S6 Tunguska was also a reliable vehicle. The T72 B3 needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more upgrades because with a single kill with T72 B3, I should be covered on the amount of material that's necessary left for the last part of it. Let me go ahead and just go into here, click on Boring Thunder, move it over here, click on the options, go into my sound, and switch it from the main damn speakerphones because nobody wants to hear all that shit going on in the background. I do have some vehicles that I haven't really finished any research on, but I barely use them due to the substantial uselessness. The only vehicle that can face off with 10.0 plus would be this vehicle, the Object 292. The only armored beast that could take out a top tier heavy or super tank. In this case, it's the only vehicle that could take out a top tier MBT and deal enough damage to annihilate the fighting compartment. An RB getting shot with the Object 292 may guarantee you a one-shot, one-kill scenario if you're using the Object 292. You have a pretty good chance of annihilating your enemy target with a single shot. Using the T72B3 and the T90M, you need to take a few shots at modern advanced targets like the Abrams. The UB3 armor upgrade is pretty nice, and it angles the exhaust even lower, so that way the exhaust signature doesn't just plop up and literally give off your position. So right now I figured I'd play a little bit of War Thunder and, you know, try some ground forces, but I doubt I'm going to enjoy this battle. I'll tell you that much. I would have bought the clickbait, but to be honest, buying the clickbait isn't going to do me any good. Probably going to buy some spark plugs, which means I need to start making some more money. In all honesty, I actually do need to buy the spark plugs for my car. hell, dude? How about you guys do your job and try actually taking out the enemy instead of waiting for somebody else to clean up your mess? Because I really do get tired of cleaning up other people's messes. But this person lobbing TOW-2B missiles over the damn cliff, hoping to get something. That's probably how that guy got me, because that shot didn't come from the front, it came from the side. Because I had the smoke shells right there get knocked out. The M1HC chick bait. Well, better pull out the damn missiles if I want to deal some damage to these bastards. Come on, dudes. Fucking go over the hill and back my ass up instead of waiting for this fucker to marry you. Seriously, because I get tired of that bullshit. It's one of the many reasons why I don't play War Thunder, because I got a bunch of brain dead dumb fucks. Literally, I abandoned playing this game for that very specified reason. Even though I got premium days in this game and I bought them for 20 bucks when I was making money or whatever, I honestly would throw away 180 days of premium if it meant the game was unenjoyable and unplayable. I'd throw away 180 days of premium. And I've already done it before. I've thrown away 72 days out of what was remaining out of 100. It's just, it's painful to play War Thunder. It's not enjoyable. There's nothing cool about it anymore. And it just feels redundant. Also, it feels a little bit too realistic at times, personally. Steven Seagal! Steven Seagal! Oh, you think you're cool, huh? Get out of my face. Yeah, how about some backup, you bunch of fucking monkeys? Huh? And that's why I don't play this trash. I'm getting fucking tired of fucking playing complete garbage. Just utter, sickening, rotten garbage. Garbage game. Absolute garbage. I would get a damn refund. with the amount of crap I have to deal with. There's absolutely nothing I want to play anymore, so I don't know, guys. I mean, this is pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed whatever it was you were seeing, because, I mean, I gotta be real honest. This was a clusterfuck. At least the last part of it. I completely give up on War Thunder, and yeah, I genuinely just relinquished playing the game altogether. I don't even play it off camera anymore. It's just unenjoyable. I honestly would put a rope around my neck and hang myself if I was told to play that game in order to make some money. That was depressing and annoying. Well, it definitely fucked up the rest of my night. I'm gonna watch some YouTube, and you guys have a great night or whatever. It also appears as though a lot of the crew from the Vanos crew has uploaded the Vanos crew discovers Lethal Company cruiser update, which essentially just means that all of them have uploaded the same video within the last 10 hours. 13 hours ago from Terrorizer, 13 hours ago from Nogla. Let me guess. Where is it? Let me guess. I'm probably going to see Mr. Vanos Gaming. Oh, look at that. 50 YouTubers fight for $1 million. Oh, wow, Mr. Beast. You should have said 50 YouTubers suck each other off for $1 million, because I fucking know that shit was staged. Fucking loser. What a fucking loser. Then you got retarded people. Oh, let's just put Mr. Beast in the White House. Mr. Beast shouldn't be in the White House because he knows nothing of fucking political structure. Unless he majored in politics, he shouldn't be touching anything associated with that function. You have to be able to understand the intricate functions associated with politics and ideologies before you freaking go and do whatever the hell you want. Being the president isn't just sitting at your goddamn desk. You're filling out papers, reading reports, and looking at expense reports every day. So you also have to know a little bit about accounting, because your job isn't just to freaking do that. You also have to do the accounting portions for a lot of things, and then look at the end of the sales report, essentially, which actually gets dropped off at your goddamn desk on a thick-ass file that nobody really knows about. But the truth is that it really is thick. And when I say thick, I'm talking about you're looking at 3 to 7 binders. And I'm talking about triple ring binders, thick, filled up to the brim, where even the case covers are broken because of how stuffed it is. And you're going through that entire expense report for about 2 or 3 days while sitting at your desk drinking damn coffee. That is literally what it is, and how it is, and what literally would be the a sumptuous existence of being the President of the United States. You're just sitting at your desk most of the time. Sure, you get to go a little bit of sightseeing, but that's after you clear your desk from all the bullshit. Then you can go sightseeing to God knows where, to an approved location where the Secret Service can keep a nice close eye on you because they don't want your brains getting blown out by some crazed protester. Like what happened over there at the Donald Trump rally, where somebody actually tried to assassinate him. Why? I wouldn't understand why, and why anybody in that mind, in any kind of mind condition, would think, I'm going to go blow the president's head off and nobody's going to stop me. I don't know who the hell had that idea go through their mind, but that obviously didn't turn out too well for them. I'm pretty sure the Secret Service beat the living shit out of that person and did it so bad that they're missing half of the teeth in their mouth, if not every last one of them, and they're probably left with maybe 3 or 4 teeth still stuck in their face. And probably like 6 or 7 non-broken ribs. I don't know who the hell came up with that idea of doing something that stupid. Let me throw away my life. Moron. Absolute moron. And that's just literally something that I just wanted to pop off for those of you who may or may not have known that that's what happened. Attempt on former President Donald Trump, an attempt at killing the poor bastard, was made. Fortunately, a protester, or should I say Trump fan, took the blow for the old man. And if you're wondering, will they be back? The answer is no. They were DOA at the hospital, but that information has not been released to the general public. But the information is correct. DOA. The condolences to the family for protecting a former presidential icon. And then you got Sleepy Joe. Pretty much the sum of the entirety of that man's existence. Don't got a problem with it, it's just kind of funny. A guy sleeps that much. Now, I understand sleep is necessary or a function that you want. As for me, I'd love to sleep, but because it feels like my body is on fire like it's on Fire Island, I'm unable to sleep. Now, if you guys don't mind, I gotta kill out my Steam. Then I gotta pull up the stream and just recapture Dead Frontier again. Because I'm gonna go all the way over there to the other side of the world. And I'm gonna go collect some loot. Why would Wobbly going to go collect some loot? Well, Wobbly's gonna go collect some loot, and he's in single player mode. Which means I get less screwed over when looting. Because sometimes being in multiplayer mode actually makes the loot shittier. Just saying. Sometimes looting in multiplayer doesn't exactly help you. You got moo like a moo and like a moo. What's that? I gotta get me some of that moo like a moo. As soon as I get rid of Grenade Boy, the other 2 crash dummies should be relatively easy pickings. You know, it's a lot easier now that I'm no longer around other stupid players. But I really gotta keep these jackass infected out of my damn fucking range. because they're really starting to affect the process of actually getting anything done. Looks like I tried to put a leaper right in the way. Come on, dude. You're screwing me over here. All you weak, limp infected. Getting on my nerves a little bit, dude. That guy's trying to screw me. Now, if all the infected would just end up behind this fence, I can actually do my job. No. You guys can hang out here behind the fence where it's nice and safe. You guys don't want to get hurt. You have consciences. Yes, you infected have consciences. You don't want to get hurt. You want to hang out behind the safety of the fence. You want to hang out behind the goddamn safety of the fence. Did you hear me, you lame-ass zombies? You want to hang out behind the fucking safety of the damn fence. Now get your ass behind the fence. You little bitches. Infected. You infected want to hang out behind the safety of the fence. Fucking goddamn infected. Come on, dude. Now you're just doing it on purpose. Oh, there goes increasing the Rumbler account. Oh no, dude, don't increase it just for me. There we go. Now you guys are just a bunch of useless turds. What are you talking about? This motherfucker shot me. Fuck you. Now you're just trying to fuck me on shit. I knew you were gonna try to fuck me on shit. Oh my god, I knew it was gonna try to fuck me on the loot portion. There it goes, auto-locking me with no evidential data necessary. A fucking sledgehammer. All that goddamn trouble for a shit sledgehammer. Fuck you. All that goddamn trouble for a fucking shit sledgehammer. Some fucking reward, dude. I eliminated that jackass, and you give me a shit sledgehammer to fucking show for it? That doesn't make up for the 2 fucking armors I lost, the 0 stamina, and the goddamn fucking shit. That does not make up for even the damage I took. Oh, that's real nice. You're gonna fucking give me some HP with that whiskey, you little shit? Yeah, let me first make this guy critical, give him a shit reward, and then expect him to fucking continue. Annoying ass garbage. Seriously, annoying ass garbage, dude. Motherfucker, you better provide some goddamn health because you ripped me off with that bullshit reward for a shit sledgehammer that wasn't even mastercrafted. You fucking piece of shit. There it goes, ripping me the hell off. Oh, broken beyond repair. Oh, bless your shit soul. Some grenades. Is that gonna help my damn health? No, that isn't gonna fucking fix my health crisis, you little shit. Oh, some fucking nails. Oh, bless your shitty soul. Oh, it's real nice. 55 ammo. I'll take that, even though it's completely fucking useless. Look at that, guys. A whole 7 seconds to reload that. No. How about some goddamn health? You're a fucking piece of shit. Oh, let me give him some money, then he can go buy some health. How about you fucking give me some health instead of damn money? Fucking piece of shit. Giving me more useless items. I'm not needing money. I'm gonna throw away all my damn implants at this fucking rate if it isn't gonna produce some results. Hello? Retard alert. Any fucking health? Huh? How about some damn health? Because you're really being fucking greedy and stingy with the health. Really being fucking stingy and greedy with the damn health. And you're starting to get on my nerves with that shit. Really being goddamn greedy on the health market, bro. Nigga, I don't need ammo. Fuck your damn ammo, you little biatch. I don't need ammo, you piece of shit. Like a nigga needed bullets when he needed health. Ain't nobody ever say, oh Lord, give me some more bullets and money. But no HP. Nigga, I don't need bullets. Or money. You garbage game. Don't need bullets. I don't need crap money. I need health. Health. You brain dead bastard. Health. You don't understand what HP is? Domo Keto pancakes with HP on top. Not money, not bullets. That don't make up for the shit reward. Domo Keto pancakes. Domo Keto fucking HP. You brain dead fuppet. Oh, Fuppet don't understand English? Oh, let me speak English for you. Fuppet don't want bullshit. Fuppet don't want to be dealing with shit, you brain dead Fuppet. So how about the brain dead Fuppet video game? Give a nigga some health items. Oh, real nice, real fucking nice. Some gay ass dried balls truffles. I want that garbage. Motherfucker, I said no ammo. You don't understand the no ammo rule? You don't understand the no ammo rule? I don't want ammo. I don't need money. Before I go gamble it all away in a gambling den just to prove a damn point. I don't need shitty money. I want health. No money. Health. Health. You understand health? You heard of HP? You heard of HP Lovecraft? You heard of anything? Health. Fuck your ammo. If it ain't some fucking $100 million loot, I'm not interested. Nope. Fuck your bullets, motherfucker. If your loot isn't anything, that I don't want your ammunitional loot, because it isn't going to pay off. The markets are going down anyways. And soon the market will return to normalcy. When I say normalcy, I literally mean normalcy. Because it's not going to be at this category of expensive for too long. And there's not much that I can cash in on, to be honest with you. There really isn't much I can cash in on. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to be able to cash in too much on the loot if it's going to be garbage like that. 55 ammunition will never drop in price, so I'm never going to turn that down. It'll never drop price because it's relatively expensive and it's the most purchased ammunition in Secrenon Bunker. Which means I have a high resale value because of how short it is in shortage. Basically, in storage capacity, 55 ammo is always in short abundance in the shop, so it sells for relatively higher because it's never really plentiful. And only on the weekends, when there's events or loot events or special events going on, does 55 become expensive. The highest I've ever seen 12.7 was at $25,000 for 1,200 rounds. Wow, shit, claw hammer. Oh, while I'm at it, I'll claw my eyeballs out. While I'm at it, I'll cleave my neighbor with it. Useless. Pop, pop, put some in the crib. Seriously, if you don't understand the economical markets of some games, you won't survive too damn long. Oh wow, the VP-12 shotgun, that'll give me like maybe $8,000 because it's a shitty shotgun and it's only worth like $8,000. Really, and where is the screaming prostitute? I don't see her anywhere. Shut the hell up. Last thing I need is a screaming bimbo. Kill all the zombies. Wow, brown cowboy hat, worth only $7,012. Completely useless. Oh, ammunition, completely useless right now. Looking for HP. Looking for HP and weapons that'll cost me over 10 grand. By the way, if anybody ever tells you a rifle isn't as good as everything else, it depends on what type of rifle you have in this game. 14mm will usually deliver between 25 and 50% armor piercing. Bolt actions will always usually guarantee you a higher ratio compared to semi-automatics. Now, if you're wondering, is the pocket cannon worth purchasing? The answer is an astounding no. So if you have 240 credits or 250 credits or any kind of credits of any kind, don't waste your time buying the pocket cannon because I took it for a test drive and it's kind of useless. It may have a high fire rate, but its DPS is literally 5 points on the dot. And since it has 0 critical hit chance, you're never going to hit those score levels of 250 damage. So you'll never hit a 250 damage or 249.9% damage critical hit. Since the pocket cannon is a completely useless minigun, even though it uses relatively cheap ammo, which I'll tell you that right now, it does use relatively cheap ammo. That's 50 cal handgun bullets. It's less expensive than actual 55 ammunition. The only advantage of the pocket cannon is that it's a money saver for basically Vulcan cannon damage price. However, the Vulcan cannon does actually more damage than the pocket cannon itself. So you're better off buying the Vulcan and getting your discount GAU service on. You know, in fact, one of them was called the discount GAU 19 service. One of the Vulcan cannons I had, and I sold it a long time ago. At one point, the Vulcan cannon used to be worth approximately $1.5 million. But when people started throwing away their Vulcan cannons and started getting Tempests and all these other kinds of heavy machine guns, the Vulcan cannon's price plummeted to a mere $90,000. And I stayed like that for $90K on the market for a relatively short amount of time. And then eventually it went up to $500, then it went down to $250, and then it kind of just idled at $300K to pick up a Vulcan cannon. A minigun, ranking at skill level 110. Still requires 100 strength points to actually wield a minigun, just for those of you who are wondering. So, even though it was 100 skill points just to hold it, at 110 machine gun skill points, you can have a minigun. Won't be that great. The Vulcan cannon offers 20% player versus environment armor penetration. So if you're ever out there, and when I say out there, I mean out there in the southeast end zone, I wouldn't be bothering pulling that machine gun out unless you have some kind of rapid fire capability. That'll boost it from fast firing speeds to ultra fast firing speeds, because the knockback on that weapon is atrocious. You'll realize that your sudden abundant inability to shoot your enemy back or away from you will become noticeably noticeable. So it needs to fire out more ammunition in order to compensate for the lackluster knockback. It used to have pretty decent knockback, but due to the balancing in the game, its knockback had been dwindled down, and I'll tell you that right now. I've tried using it even here. Originally, a shotgun style of knockback used to push back the enemies, but it doesn't do that no more. When I say it's lackluster, I mean it's lackluster. Its fire rate is slower than the freaking Wrath Cannon, and it really feels slower than the Wrath Cannon. The Wrath Cannon feels like it has more firepower than it does, and that's telling you something. So if you want a decent machine gun, you're better off with the Tempest or the Wrath Cannon. However, if you do have the money to buy an unlimited Wrath Cannon, never trade it. Never trade it out or to use it to build another kind of gun, because you will not transfer that unlimited stat. And roughly that is true. You will never transfer the unlimited stat over. So if you create the Tempest, it won't be an unlimited Tempest. Just letting you know, those stats don't carry over. The only thing that will carry over is its Mastercraft. But there is no such thing as an unlimited Tempest. Even though the Tempest does offer, I think, better player versus armor penetration values, which I think it's at 70% or something. It just doesn't transfer over the infinite ammo function or aspect. Now, if you're wondering why I have what I have, is because, you know, I was really invested in this game. Time-wise, I'm actually more invested in this game than I ever have been. I've set a brand new XP record for myself in this game, and since I'm kind of the only member that's active in the clan I'm associated with, my weekly XP record is literally 15 million XP. And I believe it only counts XP based on missions, but I think it refreshes after a month. My actual highest record output for XP was approximately over 100 million XP. Thanks to miniguns, it made it a lot easier to grind that XP down into a finite pace for myself. And with that pretty much being broken down for you in simpler terms, I've done so much within a short amount of time that it would be redundant for me to not acknowledge that I've literally grinded away some of my life, like physical existence, into a video game that isn't even real. And when I state that with some vigor and bitterness, because life isn't entertaining enough for me to really want to be a part of it anymore. And that's just the downright truth. If you're hoping for me to be a lot different, my opinion is this: I don't find joy or happiness with the real world. And even when working in the real world and having a career option, when I did, I found joy for only a limited amount of time. And then after that, distaste and utter disgust. I went from a standardized world where I played video games to dealing with certain things that I shouldn't have to deal with, including the individuals around me who turn out to be disgusting weirdos. When I say disgusting weirdos, I mean the kind that would touch you. Disgusting weirdos. And that was one of the main reasons why I don't like working in the general public, is because I honestly don't want to deal with another weirdo. I already had enough, and I know there's weirdos everywhere as you go, especially on the internet, because people talk about it. There's even scary creepypasta stories based on it. So I was talking with this guy who I thought was really cool, and then it turns out this guy knew where I lived. He knew everything about me. He even knew what color my butthole was. Yeah, literally. That is a real story based upon real information. But yeah, I'm exaggerating that part, but yes, there are weirdos on the internet. And there are weird O's, as in weird women on the internet too, that would literally stalk you. To the point where they'd follow your social media, they'd be following you. not just through a game, but they'd be following you roughly IRL, and you wouldn't see it coming. Believe me, you wouldn't know that it was happening until you turn around and look. And then you realize you've been pretty much been getting followed for a couple of months, not just on the social media stuff, but literally on the physical real world playing field. And by the time you realize that it's time to call the popo to get the police to help you, it's too late, because the person had already made it to you and they're already in your home, trying to kill you or cut your face off for some crazy reason. So, you know, the internet is a nice place to exist. Some people think I'm some kind of internet troll or weirdo hiding in the distance, and the truth is, I'm neither, because I don't choose to follow people. I don't need the internet to know information about people anymore. And I genuinely don't really need a computer to do any of the stuff that I'm capable of doing. Some people think that, oh, this person needs the internet in order to follow me. I actually don't. If somebody shows me a picture of where you're at 10 minutes ago, I'll know exactly where you're at and pinpoint GPS time with an address. I don't even have to get my phone out. That's literally how good I am at remember photographic memory of places that I've been to. Doesn't mean I'm a stalker. It just means that I know what I do. I know my shit. Places I visit, I remember pretty thoroughly. People I meet, I remember all their expressions, facial features, and everything. So if I don't see you for 5 years, I gotta know who you are in the next 5 years. All I do is accelerate the age a little bit. It's like putting 2 and 2 together. It's no different. A lot of people think if they go through extensive surgery that it will help them cover up their identity. It actually doesn't. It can make things worse for you, because then you might end up looking like somebody else, and if you end up looking like somebody else, that somebody else might be wanted. And probably not by some good people. And I could roughly state that one. Half the time, people try to hide their faces or change the state they live in. And I just straight up say, look, man, you can either run away from the problem or you can confront it up front. But the truth is, you're never going to get rid of the issue. And it's just abundantly true. It's messed up, but it's true. You can never really get rid of an issue. Unless you commit a horrible felony, then I guess you could get rid of the issue physically. Which would then get rid of the issue mentally in the back of your head. But then you would have to live with the fact you committed a horrifying felony. So, I mean, it's up to you. I say potato, potato, but the truth is there is no such thing as potato, potato if somebody's life gets thrown away. So it's more or less a lose-lose. Not only do you lose the trust of the people around you, but you also lose the respect of the people around you if they find out you're a bloodthirsty murderer because the person wouldn't stop stalking you. Even if the person is a stalker, they still have some human rights besides, you know, the right to remain silent. But still, I mean, if it gets to the point where it becomes life-threatening and someone actually tries to, like, cut off your face or something, then by all means, kill them. I'm not going to tell you not to. You got to do what you got to do. Because at that point, if they're willing to go as far as to killing you or stealing your underwears or stealing your boxers or your bras, they might already have gone to the point where they believe that there's some unrealistic relationship between you and them. Personally, I wouldn't condone the rights or usage of certain functions, but I like to go the unorthodox path whenever it comes to interrogating weirdos. And when I say unorthodox, I mean ribs and leg breaking unorthodox. And maybe, just maybe, if the individual receives enough pain, they might actually stop their bullshit. But sometimes that doesn't even stop them. I've actually had to severely injure a person in the past because they were stalking this YouTuber, a young lady, a little bit of an upstart, as you call it. This young lady had so much problems with this dude stalking her. All the way from Hollywood, California, where she was living in the Hollywood Hills with her parents until they had to move the hell out because this guy went as far as to breaking into the house and killing the dog to get to her. They moved out to another state. And then it turns out Weirdo went and followed her to the new state. So, after discovering that situation and not wanting to touch it with a 10-foot pole, God forbid, I kind of kept my distance from the situation for a little while, and I was just like, this is not funny. I'm like, 7 people were wailing on this guy and holding him down and telling him to leave her alone, and he just didn't want to. He said, no matter what you do, my love for her will never stop. So, ended up beating the living crap out of this guy until the police arrived, which it took them an hour to actually show up because the police were heavily underfunded. They could only afford to pay like 24 cops to actually run around the city. So imagine beating up somebody for what's essentially an hour and a half because they wouldn't stop. Then he'd say, oh okay, I'm not gonna do it no more, I swear to God. Then they get up and the dude pulls out a knife, trying to cut the girl's face off, and ends up cutting her in the face anyways. The dude stabbed like 7 people. After that, nobody was playing nice with him after that, and they weren't willing to give him an opportunity anymore, so they started stomping him kind of into the ground with his head into the ground. Because he had stabbed 7 of them, so they started stomping him. I didn't feel bad for the guy, but the guy made his statement, he made his choice when he stabbed like 7 people. Just to get to some poor, underage YouTube girl. Point is, I'm satisfied I didn't get stabbed, but I felt bad for those poor bastards. They needed medical attention. Now me, I was just kicking the guy in the stomach repeatedly, but everybody else was sort of like trying to break his bones and trying to turn him into dust. You just kick a guy in the stomach real good about 6 or 7 times in the abdomen and they're unable to move due to the immense pain. Because you can bruise the human stomach. Once you bruise a stomach, the abdomen is at risk of splitting open from the stomach sac. Once that happens, the person runs 2 risks, besides, probably getting infected septicemia because of septic-related acid in their stomach. But point being is that, people don't learn. Sometimes they won't learn. Some people go to great lengths to get something done. This wouldn't be the first time I've had to deal with a weirdo stalker before. I've dealt with stalkers before in my lifetime, but they weren't exactly women. They were men. And that all happened in high school. Oh wow, CK97B. What a shit reward. Why don't you cut off my testicles while you're at it and spade and neuter me? That's a figure of speech. I'm not really asking for that. Yeah. I forgot what happened to him, but I remember they put him on the mug shots for Austin, Texas. But his charges weren't stalking, it was battery and assault. After he hurt those 7 people, it was battery and assault and attempted murder, 7 counts. Since I've pretty much been on the streets long enough, I know when somebody's got an ace up their sleeve. But no, they wanted to be good Samaritans and let the loser get up, and that he was going to walk away after his ass whooping. Nope. Try to cut off the poor bitch's face. It really makes you think, what the hell is wrong with these bitches? And it also makes you wonder, what the hell happened to this poor bastard in California for him to go that far? What, was rejection in high school not enough? Seriously, was rejection in high school not enough for this guy that he went that far? Like that. That is literally where I ask the question. Was getting rejected in high school not enough for him to understand that he wasn't wanted or something? Because believe me, a lot of freaking vloggers and YouTubers, they come straight out of Hollywood, California's high schools and shit like that. And yes, they do have a class that specifically focuses on being a VTuber. You know, because in California, you can live the rest of your life being a VTuber or a, you know, a person who streams crap. Just utter garbage. You know, I don't say that because I'm hating. I'm just saying that because that literally is a job career path. Influencer. That's literally shoved down some of the throats of some kids in California. Influencer is a job career path. Yeah, sure, if you want to be an influencer, you better open up an OnlyFans 6 months after you start. And we're not talking about a fake one. Doesn't matter your age. You might as well as open an illegal OnlyFans or a Fansly. And the main reason why is because that's really how you make your money. If you're a social media influencer and you're a woman, you're definitely going to have an OnlyFans or a Fansly. Because most of your money is going to come from those particular networks. Usually around 65 to 70% of your gross revenue is going to come from there. The rest of it is going to be from your fanboy service club that is going to be drooling at your shoes just to get a chance to touch even a single strand of hair. Because these bastards won't put down a keyboard to go outside and meet some real women. It's like that guy from the D&D club. A girl just came into the store. Oh, she smells like strawberries. Literally, a response when I brought one of my homegirls to a place where they sold Magic of the Gathering cards. She never wanted to go there again without me present. And for roughly 2.5 years when she built her deck, she pretty much stayed quiet about it. But she was definitely a good player at Magic of the Gathering. And yes, there are guys in there who are completely out of the ordinary. Like they've never seen a woman. There are men in there who have never seen a woman. Me, I've seen plenty of women growing the hell up. But I didn't need to see any of that. But it happened. But overall, I think I forgot to put away the crap weapons I had. But yeah, there are people like that over there. And that's just like a rough truth for you guys. Sometimes you gotta worry about them, but you don't really gotta worry as much. You'll know when somebody has an unhealthy addiction or attraction to some idea that goes revolving their head. Like, there's even dudes who have done the Gundam Seed thing, or Gundam kind of clan type people. And sometimes you gotta look out for them too. But you also gotta look out for those who are referring you to an anime character because you look like her. Or your skin is as milk toasty as the main character of Gundam Seed or Gundam Z. You kind of got to watch out sometimes. You know, you don't want to bump into problems that could unanimously lead to a unilateral problem that could cost you your existence. And yes, I have had to deal with some things like that, keeping the boys at bay. Normally, you'd want a guy who's never seen a girl who you're friends with to be around a girl, but you know, you only bring the friend who has never seen a girl before in his life or has never been with one so that he can try to get to know her, so that way he could be the guardian or vagina goalie or whatever. But sometimes doing that can even backfire on you too, because then they'll try to make it look like you're just trying to use the girl for whatever reason, and I've actually had to deal with that. I used to go to the Magic of the Gathering card shop with my homegirl until the dude who wanted to be the vagina goalie started telling her I'm just going with her because she's hot and that I'm just using her, and he tried to put all this crazy shit in her head just so he could have her to herself, have basically her to himself and whatever. And I was just like, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? I said, I'm the one who brought her here. And he's like, this is my domain, peasant. You don't speak to me that way. And I said, I want to speak to you however the hell I feel. You're goddamn insane. I told you to be the vagina goalie, not a vagina thief. Seriously. I said, if you were that desperate, you should have just told her you're desperate for a date instead of trying to paint me as a supervillain. I said, because that's even more asinine than anything I've ever heard in my life. Like, I've dealt with some crazy shit, but that fucking took the cake. Dude, try to paint me like a damn supervillain. Fuck you think this is, Marvel Comics? Shit, this ain't no Marvel Comics. I'm not Magneto, fool. I was told her whenever she was done hanging around with that clown and wants to be friends again, she can talk to me. Well, after a while, dude, he ended up managing to get her to go to his house, where he then told her that she couldn't leave, because he had to protect her at all times. I was like, this motherfucker is a nut job. And she's like, what kind of friends do you have? And I said, bitch, I stopped being friends with him when you started agreeing with him that I just brought you here because you're hot and have big tits. So I stopped being friends with both of you two clowns. I said, if anything, you owe me an apology, you fathead prick. Nope, she refused to swallow her pride for 6 months and then doubled down on it, and it went on for 1.25 years, and then she apologized for being a total dumb bitch. I'm not going to give no names out about who she was, but, you know, at least be grateful, dude, because Magic of the Gathering was the thing I did have with you. It was nice. Until you turned all haywire and then went all like, oh, I'm only there because you have big tits. I never looked at your tits like that before, so, you know. A little awkward when somebody says, I'm only there for the titties. Just putting it out there like that, it's a little awkward for somebody to say that. Because if I never looked at them from the minute I met you, why would I be there for them now? Just kind of made me think about that. It also made her unanimously think about it too. Because I was right. If I never once looked at her chest, why would I have looked all of a sudden now to start paying attention? I mean, I used to go over to her house and everything and hang the hell out with her and everything. And then all of a sudden that, he's just using you so he can get close to your breasts. I've heard of desperate, but that one took the cake. Seriously, that one really took the cake. And that's just like one of my many experiences with life. It's also another reason why I stopped wanting to make friends for a long time. And instead I started making friends with people in their 30s when I was like 17. And the reason why is because they weren't dramatic little bitches. Because all the drama is gone. I'm not a dramatic bastard, but even so, I know when somebody's putting on a decent show, and I even tell them, like, you're going to put on the waterworks, you better at least work it. Because if you're going to turn this into a soap opera, I want to see some tears. I know it's a little messed up to tell them that, but you know, at least I'm being honest, man. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to buy into those fake crocodile tears. Nope. I want you to put on a show. If you're going to be dramatic, you better put on a damn good show. Seriously, you better put on a damn good show if you're going to be all melodramatic and shit like that. Now, my ex used to tell me I was dramatic, and then she realized I wasn't. It was just people around me blowing shit up out of proportion. I'm not really dramatic. I'm more melodramatic. Mellow means that you're not really dramatic at all. And when you do get dramatic, it's only for a short period of time. Personally, because people don't take things at my word or like to listen to what I say, I have to paint this ridiculous, redundant picture because they can't understand English. They can't understand the English language of this person did this, and this is the reason why that happened. Nope. They don't understand the English language, so I have to paint this picture to them like I'm Bob Ross. I have to paint a picture like I'm Bob Ross for these people. Because they're savages. They don't understand genuine English, so I have to talk to them like they're a special ed kid. Seriously, can you imagine talking to your family members like that? You try to tell them the normal way and they don't understand it unless you act all melodramatic. So it's like talking to the special education children from down the street. You might as well just paint some happy little trees over here and here comes the drama. Seriously. It's like that stereotype that was on the Boondocks. The black eye witness moment where they got the black person explaining the situation. We was in the club and we was in the club and oh god damn they started shooting. That is the definition of it. Can you imagine having to talk to your family like the black eye witness moments from damn news channel? Literally a thing. If you live in Texas, they still kind of do that. They question a black person on the street before they question anybody else on the street because they're looking for the black eye witness moment, the definition of what was on the Boondocks. Because they're looking to make people look stupid. They're not looking for a real answer. They're looking for the stupid answer because it's more entertaining. A real fact. You get more views when somebody makes a stupid comment. Sadly, it's true. That's the reason why Huey Freeman actually hates the black eye witness moment. Because they literally do that with real people today in the real world. The black eye witness moment. It's like that episode. International rap icon Gangstalicious was shot again. Again? Their response. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull up something you can hear. You probably won't see it since, you know, they made OBS to where you can't see it. And it literally goes like that.
It's TRF. Hold up. Drop the beat. Gangstalicious. My mind's too vicious. EMC's all day. Delicious. My whole crew up in this. No doubt we gonna win this. Smack up your moms like I smacked Johnny Guinness. Dwayne Clark yesterday. I don't care what they say. Suckers really shouldn't play. I hit them with the Hennessy.
And that wasn't even the clip. It was right here.
Again.
Okay, that's just the again part. Nope. It was right here, I think.
I was so desperate for information on the shooting, I watched that show my brother calls the news.
Oh, shit!
And that's literally it right there, what I was telling you.
The whole thing, nigga, you should have seen that shit. I saw it.
Oh, great. Black eye witness man. I hate black eye witness man. Nigga, shush.
With my own eyes, nigga. Damn, that shit was crazy, nigga. I seen everything. Hold up. Nigga, that's me on TV, baby. Yeah, nigga, yeah. I ain't got your money, nigga. Oh, Jesus!
happened was Gangstalicious was doing a show in town when 3 men rushed the stage and shot him. Ironically, he was doing his new joint. I got shot at the time.
I got shot. I got shot! I got shot! No, I got shot for real! I got shot for real! No, goddamn, I got shot! Nigga, shot me! I'm bleeding, I'm gonna die. Somebody please help me! Help me!
It was 45 minutes before anyone called an ambulance.
Seriously. That's the kind of shit I'm telling you about. That's the kind of shit I'm telling you about, man. It's that kind of setting bullshit, and it's the reason why I just don't care to some substantial extent, but it's literally how the news is. So if you're ever on the news and they're asking you, what do you think about the situation? If a newscaster or reporter asks you, what do you think about what's going on? You just tell them this, so that way they can leave you alone. You know, instead of screwing around over here asking me what do I think, why don't you go investigate the corruption in City Hall? That's all you gotta say. And walk the hell out. Once that happens, you basically gave them the biggest tip of their life. Corruption in City Hall? Scandal at City Hall? You'll have every newscaster and person out there sniffing around for clues. Once that happens, dude, well, I mean, it's gonna be a frenzy. So, you know, that's kind of how you get business done. If something stupid is happening in City Hall, you just tell them, why don't you go investigate the scandal in City Hall? Like, scandal? Be like, oh, has your city been feeling a little bit light? Is the money disappearing? Oh, is the city all of a sudden not have money for projects? Scandal. Theft. Like, even I've said it before, like, if you don't know that the money or your taxpayers' money is being stolen, because there was somebody who actually was the mayor of the city I was living in, and they were stealing taxpayers' money, which also included my damn money, because I was paying taxes at the time. Well, this fucked up bitch was stealing damn money and shit and thinking she was going to get away with it. Well, I began following a paper trail and straight up just told the newscaster, why don't you investigate the scandal in City Hall, you dumb bastard, because my damn tax-paying money is going into the garbage at this damn rate. And he's like, what do you mean by that? And I was just like, why don't you ask your damn mayor who's robbing the city? Greedy bitch went and bought herself a $15,000 fur coat with taxpayer money. Fuck you doing buying a $15,000 coat, bitch? Your job's to fucking work the city, not to rob the city. Go put back them 14 Rolexes you bought. Dumb bitch was over there buying shit. She had a Maserati in the goddamn garage of her home. A Mercedes-Benz AMG package, might I add, inside of her home. An expensive, nearly $250,000 or $500,000 car sitting inside the garage at home. And to top it all off, she even sprung out to get the bullet-resistant windows, which cost another $250,000 because these bullet-resistant windows cover the rear windshield, the front windshield, and the side windows. Yes, that's right. That's taxpayers' money. She spent it on a hyperized armored supercar. A car with twin-turbo supercharged capability, capable of going from 0 to 60 in literally 2.4 seconds. Yes, that's right, with the all-American sports package of a German engineering automotive project that went awry and skyrocketed to fame, fortune, and popularity amongst the public, the AMG series. This vehicle was renowned for its outstanding performance on the track, including on the Nuremberg Ring, or Nuremberg, period. That's the reason why they call it the AMG series, because the AMG series was one of many well-renowned vehicles that were designed for racing. Wasn't designed for really nothing else, just racing. If you think otherwise, you're an idiot. That much I will tell you. If you think otherwise, you're a moron. Oh, it's flaming douchebag hounds. I'm good. I really won't be able to do anything out there when I break it all down. I'll tell you that much. Although the flaming flesh hounds will give me some XP, the problem would be the combat purposes and combative range capability that I'd have. Not to mention, because 4 more hounds would appear because the other group isn't handled, I'd have to be dealing with substantially more than necessary, which would leave me pretty much bone dry on health. And since I've been reluctantly just looting crap left and right, and expendituring ammunition, probably going to sell the 14mm I got spared over at the crib. I'm going to get whatever money I can possible out of this block, but I'm not going to spend my time with the flesh hounds. I'm pretty much by myself in this area, and it's not a good idea to engage deadly targets in such close proximity with no assistance. Of course, you know, having the extreme dexterity already piled up on already existent function does help with some of the issues at hand, but it doesn't necessarily help entirely. The most effective weapons I'd probably have would be my rifle. But even then, a 15% fire rate boost would be helpful with my sniper rifles. It'd make quick work of enemies I don't one-shot. Because this thing does relatively shoot slow. So unless I could find a Rust Hound 37E or something like that, it's not a guaranteed one-hit wonder. And for a Rust Hound, I'd be roughly comping out 800 or 1,000 credits, which is roughly $63. So for about the same amount of money you'd pay for a premium aircraft on a regular price day for War Thunder is how much you'd be spending for the Rust Hound 37E. There's also a couple of rifles and handguns in the game that are unique to the game itself, and these particular weapons do not have a stat requirement. I began doing a little bit of background work on some of these things, and I can literally tell you that some of these weapons do not have a stat requirement. Let's see, it's right here. And if you look at it, there's a couple of handguns in the game that don't have a stat requirement, because I was looking for it. And I don't think it's listed here. And it's like under the unique items. Like the Survivor's Lock 19C, which is the Survivor's Glock 19C. You can find it with random supply crates that fall around in the city. That still happens, the random supply crates. But it usually happens during events like the Christmas events and Halloween updates or events. But if you find a Survivor's Glock 19, you'll have a pistol that does 13 damage per hit with a total of 65 points of maximum critical damage, which will give you a 102.38% on the average DPS for reloading and seconds, damage per second reloading. There's also a Survivor's Cult 45, which does 20 damage and with a critical shot of 100 damage points. And that would be like weapons that don't require stat points. The 45, the Survivor's Cult 45, the Survivor's Glock 19. There's also much lower level weapons that don't have a stat requirement that are down the list, but they're more up in the earlier game function. But if you get lucky enough to loot one of those weapons or just buy it from the store, you won't need anything. Like this one, a limited edition item that was non-transferable. It was in 2023's Christmas event called the Holiday Pistol Challenge, and it was Frostbite Fever. You had to kill a frostbite enemy that was specific to the event, and you had to kill them a certain amount of times, if I wasn't mistaken. Point being is this is called the Stocking Stuffer, and that's the name of the pistol. The pistol was called the Stocking Stuffer because of its ridiculous amount, but it had 0 skill requirement. Its damage per hit was critical, default, 203 damage per hit, and there was a 50% chance that your pistol would slow down the zombie within the first shot. 0 skills necessary. There was another one, and it's a craftable weapon, and it's a non-transferable. It was made into 10 Drills of Terror, and it was originally from the Trick or Treat 2022 present. Can be converted to 55 handgun ammo, called the Hand Talon 55, and vice versa for $100,000. Required 15 mysterious charms. I'm in possession of 5. I could craft this thing if I wanted to. Now, it cost $2 million to craft that weapon. It cost $100,000 to convert it to 55 ammo. It was called the Hand Talon 38. It fired 38 ammunition, 20.67 damage times 3 per burst, with a rate of 103 by 35 with a critical for a 3-shot critical. So that's roughly 306 or 309 point literally. Well, actually, it's 310 damage if you got a critical because it's a 3-round burst pistol, and it's the Hand Talon. Now, that's a 0 stat point in pistol skills required special weapon. So that's like literally pretty much end game loot ammunition or fire-based firearm with 50% PvE armor penetration value. So you could take out a armored bone in a matter of seconds with that thing. And its damage output was subsequently high. You look over at the rifles, there even is some rifles that require no skill points at all. So if you are lucky enough to make these things during their events, you would be respectively able to do certain things. One of these rifles that require no skill points but can be bought from the credit shop is called the Rebellion. It was made on January 10th of 2011. The copies of the Rebellion could only be purchased for 4,000 credits via support ticket. On January 10th, 2011, the Rebellion along with the titanium blades were added to the credit shop. Titanium blades are high-level weaponry that is a few damage points down from the dual blade system, which is what I currently have. It's my primary looting weapon, the dual blades, because they deal a lot of damage. But the Rebellion, the titanium blades, are a set of weapons that require no skill points in order to use or wield. Damage per hit is 40 standard, critical 200 per shot. And that's just that one. There should be another rifle that requires no skills to wield, and according to this one, the Dusk Carbine, not the X-Dusk Carbine, the original Dusk Carbine requires 0 skill points, according to this, to wield it, and it holds 99 rounds of 9mm rifle capacity of 9mm rifle ammo, 99 capacity, fast reload speed, slow attack speed, high accuracy, high critical chance. There was another event item, 12.7, and it was called the Frost Shot FX50. This one literally looks like an M109 sniper rifle bolt action. It was again a part of the Christmas holiday rifle challenge. Another no rifle skills weapon is the X-Dust Carbine. Wolf's Bane lever action. And the Dawn Carbine, a craftable weapon which requires the X Carbine, the X-Dust Carbine. In order to create the Dust Carbine, you buy it, and then you buy the X-Dust Carbine, and you craft that into the Dawn Carbine. Because you need the player level of at least 120, the X-Dust Carbine, the Dawn Carbine blueprint, 10 experimental parts, 1 rare metal bar. The only way to get a rare metal bar is to scrap a armor that produces rare metal bars. That will literally be another rifle with no skills required to use. There are some shotguns, that I'm not mistaken, that actually have 0 stats required to actually use them. There is some early on shotguns that don't actually need skills. The Survivor's Manberg 500. That one right there could be found in a supply crate. If you find a Survivor's Manberg 500 shotgun, no skills required, deals approximately 13 by 9, so that's 13 damage by 9 pellets by equals 117 damage per hit, and 81 if you're farther than 7 meters from the target. But still, a decent amount of damage. Holds 7 rounds. True to the original shotgun's load capacity, because it's supposed to be a Mossberg 500. 7 rounds, and if you got 1 in the chamber, it's 8. There's another one, the Silver Slugger, which fires slug ammunition, so it does 36 damage for 8 pellets. But you need silver ingots, and you need it from trick-or-treat presents from the 2020 in order to build the Silver Slugger. It's a craftable weapon for 1 million, non-transferable. Requires a Chester 1300 and 5 silver ingots. You don't need anything else. 0 stat points really required, so it's a no strength, no shotgun skills required weapon, according to the stat board listed on the wiki. And just like the Dusk related business, no stat points for Dusk items, according to the system that's written over here on wiki. Which is a little weird when you break it down, but if you also break it down, if a player gets access to the Dusk shop and can afford it, they shouldn't really have to get all the damn skills for it in order to do it. There's even some submachine guns in the game that require no skill points, like the Scorpion. This has no skill points, but the Uzi requires 10. The P90 requires 20. The MP5, 25. The PP19 Bison requires 30. And its Blackout B19 model, which is a red dot sight, which is basically a Cobra sight wielding extra grip on the ammunition magazine and long elongated suppressor, which gives you approximately 20% noise reduction and 64 rounds to shoot with. So the ammunition doesn't change, but it does change in its suppression capability. It's got fast reload speed, very fast attack speed, and on the upgraded version, average accuracy, average critical chance. Still stays the same as the original. Nothing really changes. Then you got the makeshift SMG with about the same skills. You can find an MP40, but, you know, still requires skill points to wield. And then you got the Survivor's Stell TMP. That one right there actually is a 0 stat point required machine gun, according to this page on Wiki. There are no stat point requirements for it. Same thing with Dusk Gear, according to that, no stat point requirements. It's just robust and really out of place. Now, what else was I going to do? Because I did technically stop doing things over here for a little bit. Oh yeah, back to looting. I was completely confused or lost about what I was doing again. I need to look at my inventory to see if a bag of nails is beneficial. It isn't. Okay. Back to looting. But subsequently, it's just like a total breakdown for you. I know some of you don't want to hear none of this crap because you don't find it entertaining at all. But, you know, I'm just breaking it down for you. Besides, if I do know some of you out on here in Dead Frontier and you're barely starting out, you gotta be at least level 5 in order to message people or to do private trades with other players. But if you really needed a machine gun with decent damage points and skill sets, I would probably provide that for you to get you started. You really wouldn't necessarily need to do any of that. So if you start a new profile and you're pretty much new to the game, I wouldn't exactly charge you for that. I'll just tell you that, you know, if you're going to plan on playing this game and you plan on getting into it, you know, don't say you're going to do it and then not do it. Because it's just like, I basically threw away like roughly 200 or 300 grand to get you nowheres. But you are better off keeping a 200 or 300 grand machine gun and a couple of boxes of ammo. And you could use that to get to a higher level player base area and just build up your character from there, because guaranteed the missions you get offered, should you complete the simplest missions, like if you're only level 10 and you go to Fort Pastor and somebody gives you a no stat machine gun or no stat requirement machine gun or shotgun, you'll have pretty much a blast because you'll be able to survive there. You don't really need all this extra BS. You'll be able to survive there menially, but you would need to put in a lot of points to your speed and a lot of points into reloading if you wanted to survive there, because your speed and reloading is the only thing that's going to save you. Roughly speaking, that probably will be the only thing that would save you, because anything else might not work out. That's like putting it lightly, if you didn't know that already. Roughly, that would probably be the only thing that would save you in that department, because it would be kind of hard to save an individual due to certain substantial issues. So, you know, I've actually helped somebody and they've even surpassed me. I think they still play the game, but they're like level 325 and up. There was a time where I didn't have a computer and I stopped playing Dead Frontier for like 2 years. The reason why I stopped playing was because I didn't have a PC and because I had a life and I was hanging out with people. I made friends again for a little while and I cared about them. I still do care about some of them that I've made friends with, and I roughly only keep contact with one person that I made friends with, and I don't really talk to nobody else. And the reason why is because this person actually does matter to me. There were other people who mattered to me, like my former friend Edgar, but, you know, the events that he has caused and turmoil that he has caused in my life by doing what he did, I ended up with nothing. Removing any options for anybody to make a future is not how you go about sparing people their life. You'll live your entire life in misery. That's kind of what happened to him. He was miserable and he still felt bad. And I even told him, like, it kind of was his fault because I was trying to go in and get in. Like, I was trying to get in with the army because of certain things. But then he finds out later that, you know, the actions he has committed had caused an untold amount of damage to my life, which even included becoming homeless. They literally attributed to the fact that I was homeless at some point in my life. I was starving, and his family members had seen me. And they even told him, "Dude, did you know he was homeless?" And I was like, straight up told him, "You know, if it wasn't for what your brother did, I wouldn't be homeless right now." And he's like, "What did he do?" What he told those recruiters told them to basically throw me out like weeded out garbage. I had nothing but positive things to say about him, but he said nothing good about me because he thought he was doing me a favor. He hadn't realized that for an entire year I had received a total of 202 rejection letters while trying to search for a career opportunity. 1 year and 202 rejections from all over my tri-state area. I even tried looking for work outside of where I lived. And it fell through the cracks. I got nothing. And people kept insinuating I wasn't doing shit. That I was just some shitty little loser who wasn't doing it and that I was lazy. No, I genuinely went looking. Now, at that time, my stepdad was fully aware because I showed him. He even said, I don't understand how nobody wants to take you in for a job. And I told him straight up, it's not that nobody wants to take me in. It's just that they don't want me. It's like, why? I'm just genuinely not going to fit in. They just didn't want me. Like, what'd you say in the interview? And I told him all the normal stuff I say in the interview, and there was nothing wrong. I carried myself through the interview like a professional, like everybody else does. But unfortunately, I just wasn't selected for a job opportunity. I was thrown to the curb. People were always telling me, I'm not so sure you'd work out here. I'm not so sure that you're a good fit for our job. I'm not so sure you'd last here. I'm like, what's wrong with this? If you're not so sure, why'd you bother giving me an interview at all? I even told a guy that he wasted my time. I said, at this point, you kind of wasted my time. After I quit Tesla and went moving on with my life and everything, I went looking for a job and I traveled roughly 4 hours on a fucking scooter. And it goddamn rained on my ass on the way back home. It's one of the reasons why I'm out of a battery pack for my scooter. I literally traveled 4.5 hours on a goddamn scooter. And then I had to wait 6 hours for it to charge inside of that guy's office building. Because he asked the front desk woman why I was still sitting there. And I said, well, since you wasted my time when you could have just told me you weren't going to hire me over the phone, but you were so positive that you wanted me to come here to come do whatever, I traveled 4.5 hours on a scooter that died on me halfway there to the place for the interview. And I said, and I literally traveled this far and I don't have a job here. I basically wasted my time. And I said, and now what makes things worse is that I'm still tired and I have to take this scooter, this literal nearly 30-pound scooter, and pedal this thing home through a bunch of hills. I literally went up and down about 20 or 30 hills to get to that interview. I was in no condition to be pedaling a scooter like a moron again. If I had did that, I would have had to go to a hospital due to extreme exhaustion. And I probably would have died if I fell off the bed from that exhaustion. It probably would have killed me. And since I had no money for a bus ticket or anything like that, I literally had to put up with that. Now, I'd love to take my brother's offer up on working with him, but the catch is that if I don't show up, he gets fired. So that's not really a catch I'm really willing to gambit on. Anything stupid could happen to me while doing a work or job or whatever, because people really don't know how to fucking drive nowadays. Their driving skills are so atrocious that the odds of getting into an accident is about 65%. I'm likely to get into a car crash because somebody wouldn't wait in line, basically. I'm more willing and likely to end up in an accident. Even if I'm driving safe, people around me aren't. The roads are so goddamn dangerous that it runs a high-risk chance of literally having a fatal car accident at 65 miles an hour because everybody else is doing the same thing. So I straight up said, people who don't know how the road works probably shouldn't be driving in the state. So I always stated that, dude, like, it's not even safe on the damn road. The car only adds like a thin layer of armor. That's about it. So if you crash, that's pretty much it. You're dead. You're gonzo. You know, kiss your ass goodbye, basically. That's all I can really say because it's true. Like, I literally have a rough time getting around with town enough as it is. But it's just something that I'm just like experiencing. Yeah, search request failed, probably because it was an epic loot drop. I always end up with that issue with the search request failed issues. Here, I'll put this on. It's one of the many reasons why I do things, but you know, it's a little out of the ordinary. As for today's business, I actually had a play date already prearranged and set up for somebody, which was yesterday. The play date was set up in order to arrange a temporal meeting so that some kids could go swimming and enjoy their weekend. That was kind of the whole breakdown. But unfortunately, due to some out of the ordinary I need to control somebody else's existence situation, the play date never went as planned. Although only one of the kids got to go swimming, which was a little messed up, only one kid. Back off, you flaming dogs. I don't know what's here, so we'll find out in a minute. Okay, well these guys are never gonna leave me the fuck alone, so I gotta go in the next damn block. You are broken. I actually feel much better just like being wobbly and just existing sometimes. You are broken. I need to fix you. So I'm going to make you more machine cyborg and get rid of all of your human parts. Look out, it's Bubba Gumps. You know, instead of Brother Blood, it's Bubba Gumps. Rubber Glub. Rubber Glub. Yes, they call him Brother Glud. Ha 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 ha, be creeping me. Yes, he's done to us. Yes, if you guys like The Keeper's Diary, you'll like its remake, The Creamer's Diary. Rated R. And rated A for adult. The Creamer's Diary. Gross. The Peeper's Diary. Yes, he's peeping on the next door neighbor. Ah, new life. Life marked location is in an unknown warehouse might be found in search of the surrounding area currently. I'm sure you'll turn up something. Please bring as much as you can back here. Arabia zone. Sometimes if only people could understand my troubles, then they'd probably be sitting in the same shoes with me. But nobody ever will understand the Wobbly troubles, because Wobbly's troubles are beyond normal comprehensions of humans. So if you wanted to understand Wobbly's troubles, you might want to take a seat back, because you might not. You're tuning into The Creamer's Diary. 1 second. Remember when wearing a helmet or whatever this is called, when wearing a pair of headphones, you always want to have a buffer zone. So keep that in mind. The buffer zone is created in order to protect the top layer of your scalp. Headphones have the tenacity to actually ruin the top of your head, which can cause indentions or, in this case, can actually cause dents on your skull. So you want to make sure that whenever you are wearing a pair of headphones, always put a rag between the top of the little buffer zone they give you. That rag will keep the headphones from leaving a dent on your skull. Always remember that. It's important to put a rag between that zone and the top of your head. It could really keep you from getting hurt or from getting sick. So, you understand that? Keep it worn at all times. So if you want to avoid potential damage to the surface of your skull, that would be the best definition of it. So if you were ever wondering, there you go. Wobbly has given you new ideas. Make sure to always keep your health in check. But I am serious about putting the rag between your head and literally the headphones. You also don't want to wear your headphones so tightly either, because that also contributes to that bump. And the reason why that bump exists is because there's a portion of water actually on the top of your scalp. Since your head is constantly exposed to water when you take a shower, your head absorbs the water into your scalp, and it could take hours to dissipate. So if you're ever wondering why there was like a weird shape on your head, or why sleeping a certain way leaves your head in a certain shape, it's because of the fluid liquid that builds up on your scalp. That fluid liquid needs to be taken care of quite properly, and by putting a rag between your scalp and certain parts of your head, it creates a buffer zone that won't affect the top of your head too much. So that when you take off your headphones, you don't feel like your head's in pain. Because a lot of people do experience that. Without hair or something poofy keeping it in check, the top of your head will be sort of like a peanut shape, because you're wearing something on your head. So the best thing I could tell you is this: always have a buffer zone. A buffer zone just extends your gameplay lifetime, like your gameplay expansion. I love doing what I do for a living, and I also love streaming. Because the only thing I can't possibly fuck up, to be honest with you. It's not because of my terrible skill set why I don't have a career option. It's because I'm already overloaded as an individual. Just existing is overloading sometimes. It's really overloading just to exist. Not a lot of people understand that one about me, though. Well, you really don't understand the stress that I'm under. People are like, what stress are you under? And I'm just like, would you even bear to care to even grasp that? If you think they're small world problems, they're actually not. When it comes to some people, some problems that may seem small for you because you're capable of handling it are not small for other people. They're usually life-altering events that could ruin an individual's entirety of their existence, including the feasibility of career opportunities, which don't make them small first-world problems. They make some unanimously unilateral issues that cannot be solved by normal means, which require abnormal means to solve a non-unilateral issue. Or unilateral substantial questionable issue. So the issue in question needs to be solved using complex theory and function in order to obtain an answer. Sometimes some people cannot function until that complex theorem has been put into the test. And I even tell people, it's a unilateral theory, and I believe it said something about unilateral Pythagorean theory or something like that. It was a little bit weird, but overall, the intellectual function of solving a simple issue that may seem simple for you may actually be several times more complicated for other individuals in order to come to an answer that is reliably not just entertaining, but at the same time understandable on the intellect's IQ level, because simple fixes cannot be applied. A simpleton would suggest that a simple unilateral issue could be solved with a simple fix that isn't so big, but sometimes small simple things need complicated answers in order for it to seem less complicated. Now, when I say people don't understand that, I literally mean people don't understand that. Sometimes human beings need a complicated answer in order to subsequently function, because with a unanimous answer that is not complicated may result in devastating results. And some people don't understand that when I say devastating, I'm talking about devastating to the point where it's nearly world-ending for an individual, because it couldn't be accomplished using a complicated series of mechanisms, sort of like mechanisms and pulleys. Sometimes some people are unable to accept something simple can be fixed with a simple solve. Sometimes some people are unable to accept that at all, period, due to substantial issues and problems stemming from the mental part of their mind. But that's kind of what breaks it all down, is that sometimes you have to do it the complicated way in order for an individual to socially accept it. And I do feel some people, they are unable to accept it due to problems. Sometimes these problems go outside of the norms. Sometimes there are problems that can be easily solved with simple fixes, but I'm unable to accept it regardless, due to the complications of my existence. Some people say not everything needs to be solved with a complicated method, but unfortunately in some cases, some things do need to be solved using complicated methods, because it's the most entertaining option, and sometimes the human brain is unable to accept a non-entertaining option for an answer. So it's like when the person says, Galileo, forgive me, for I have sinned. The idea is they're asking for somebody who is intelligent to forgive them for sinning, for needing a complicated answer to something so simple. Albert Einstein and Galileo have once stated something that was unanimously similar, however, different, in the conclusion of the answer of which they were pointing at. These were attributed to several different factors. Galileo's specifications were a lot different from Albert Einstein's specifications of creation. Which also included inventive design. Galileo did other stuff. Albert Einstein created the atomic bomb. And later went into hidden talent function, basically hidden lifestyles. Man was proclaimed dead because the rest of the world was looking for the atomic bomb, but the man was arrested after being finished with his job, and mostly for refusing to build the nuclear weapon again. Albert Einstein's nuclear weapons design was completely abandoned, and they declared him dead. But he never died. He was locked away in jail for refusing to build an even stronger bomb, so they had to settle for the one that they dropped on Hiroshima. Which, might I add, wouldn't have been the most powerful atomic bomb of that era. There were actually some promising test results using simulational technology, which was available back then, but took an incredible amount of processing power from the earlier leveled computers, and a lot of brain power from the intellects who had to come up with the scenario and put out a very variable, realistically variable, real-day aptitude function and application genuinely to the it's not archaeological, it's geological function of Japan. Now, a lot of eggheads, which was called the think tank, had to sit there and come up with a unanimous answer of how the explosive or detonating weapon would affect the Japanese during the Hiroshima bombing. And there were 6 projections of how much there would be, with an accurate count number of the casualties that would occur, including those that survived, who then would no longer survive afterwards due to acute radiation exposure. Once you've gotten acute radiation exposure, you have within 7 days to live. So essentially, you're basically 7 days to die. Because once you've reached acute radiation exposure, you can forget about living. Don't even bother coming in contact with your family members either. You might make them sick by hanging around them for too damn long. Another thing is that if you do get acute radiation exposure, you need something that's going to neutralize the radiation you've been exposed to. And the only way to really fix an issue associated with radiation is to literally fire a bunch of neutrons at your body. Your body would have to get completely coated in neutrons in order to neutralize the side effects of radioactive fission. The more neutrons you apply to radioactive fission, the less likely you're going to be radioactive. Neutrons are used to put protons and what was it, protons and electrons, because fusion is essentially the combustion of protons and electrons colliding and creating energy, which essentially creates fission, which generates heat. But this particular process continues long after the detonation. So long after the detonation occurs, your body is still technically having several small explosions occur on the surface of your body. However, they're not seen, and it's on a cellular level because of the rays of radiation you've been exposed to, and the amount of damage your skin and substructure of your body has been exposed to. Your body has no choice but to go into what is essentially an autonomous function of an attempted emergency cell recovery. But because the radiation has also caused damage to the cranium, your white blood cells are running and wreaking havoc all over your body, not just attacking healthy cells, but also unhealthy cells, which usually is the reason why some people who are exposed to radiation look like they're melting. It's because the body and the white blood cells and the cells in your body are killing each other. And the cell structure is dissolving because the white blood cells don't know what to attack. So they're going in a total free-for-all brawl, and essentially you're becoming human soup. Even your bone structure could end up completely warped from acute radiation exposure. Your bones can go from looking normal, and when they finally make a slight recovery, they can harden, and your leg might be a literal letter U. Or it might collapse in on itself and become a crumpled cartoon character looking leg. Or it could get really bad that even after you recover from acute radiation poisoning and somehow you survive, that slim chance that the general function of what is happening to you is that your leg could become flimsy and rubber-like, where it bends when you shake the leg bone, but when you stand straight, you're able to stand on your two legs. But if you shake it left to right, it wiggles. Plus, the honest truth is, it literally is just more evidential factors that things like that can happen to you. Anyways, Albert Einstein didn't die of cancer. They had him arrested because they refused to build more explosives. The dude basically died in jail. Well, he actually did die from cancer, but he was arrested where he died in jail from it. So, you know, if you were ever wondering whatever happened to Einstein, well, he died in a prison cell. Sadly. Okay, well, I got a few more items added to my collections, or collectible items book. I could toss in the Shinobu Mesh and my Tataku and Bioreactive, but that would be too expensive. Could toss in my XL security box, but I'd be roughly paying another 300k to pick this up. But since I already had an XL security box, which originally only held 25,000 on hand at the time, it wouldn't be a good idea to toss it in because then I'd be spending unanimously an incredibly large amount of sum. A large sum to actually still have it. So, personally, I wouldn't go spending it or even tossing it in. But I'm pretty sure there's something special because the last time I asked Neil Yates, and this was a few years ago, about the collections book, or sometime last year or this year, I asked him if there was anything special about what happens when you collect all the collectible items. And he said there's only one way to find out, and that's to collect it all. Anyways, that'll be it for today's stream or whatever. I'm not even sure who tuned in or who didn't. I guess don't forget to leave a like button. I know nobody speaks on here because most of my viewers aren't even from America. Most of my viewers are actually from over there in East Asia and over in Afghanistan and in Germany and a few other places. My viewers are not in America. Thanks for tuning in. It actually was a little bit better tying off at the end of this. I'm a lot happier now. So if you are still here, thanks. And have a great rest of your weekend or beginning of your week. Take care. And have a great morning. Or a great night.